news right away. Okay. And then I'll play Kerbal after that. So we'll probably do it on Saturday. All right, so guys, you'll see more Kerbal in a little bit. I'm gonna put on a video here. I had fun talking about the shuttle, and getting this whole house thing figured out is making me really want to play Kerbal again. Like, and it's just good motivation, you know. Anyway, let's jump in. So, what video should we show? Here, let's try this one. Is the audio good? No. Here we go. All right. Yeah, you're inspired, all right. I just spent like 2 hours staring at a wall inside of the VAB in Kerbal. That's how you know I want to play Kerbal again, when I sit there and think about stuff for a long time. Alright. I'll be back in a second. We'll start up Space News. Enjoy the video.
In the early days of our republic,
oh, it's
Americans
one channel.
watched Yankee
It's one channel. Hell no, it's not. No. Let's try this one. Is this one 2 channel? Yeah, okay, it is. All right, cool. You're using this one because 2 channel. Yeah, Miff. I'll talk to you about it in a little bit.
In the early days of our republic, Americans watched Yankee
I'll be right back.
glide across the many oceans of the world, manned by proud and energetic individuals, showing our flag, breaking records for time and distance, opening up new vistas of commerce and communications. Well, today, I think you have helped recreate the anticipation and excitement felt in those home ports as those gallant ships were spotted on the horizon heading in after a long voyage. The fourth landing of the Columbia is the historical equivalent to the driving of the Golden Spike, which completed the first transcontinental railroad. It marks our entrance into a new era. The test flights are over. The groundwork has been laid. And now we will move forward to capitalize on the tremendous potential offered by the ultimate frontier of space.
When thousands of civilians began pouring onto a military base, located on a desert, in the middle of summer, early on a Sunday morning, one could sense the day's events were going to be special. Spectators came to Edwards Air Force Base from all over the nation and all walks of life to celebrate the nation's 206th anniversary of independence and witness historical events more spectacular than the typical 4th of July fireworks display could ever hope to equal. The fourth landing of Space Shuttle Columbia, world's first reusable spacecraft. Columbia's first landing on a concrete runway, officially ending the orbital flight test program. Takeoff of the second orbiter in the shuttle fleet, Challenger, on its ferry flight to Kennedy Space Center, Florida, to be launched into space in the early part of 1983. And with Shuttle Pathfinder Enterprise as backdrop, the announcement of America's new space policy by President Ronald Reagan.
Beginning with the next flight, the Columbia and her sister ships will be fully operational, ready to provide economical and routine access to space for scientific exploration, commercial ventures, and for tasks related to the national security. Simultaneously, we must look aggressively to the future by demonstrating the potential of the shuttle and establishing a more permanent presence in space. Our goals for space are ambitious yet achievable. We've only peered over the edge of our accomplishments.
Surely, our accomplishments began with Columbia's first launch in April 1981.
Engine start. We have main engine start.
Roll program. Go. Roger, roll. Roll program complete. Roger, roll complete.
Looking back at that spectacular event and the performance of Space Shuttle during its first 4 flights, there seems little doubt now that it is a reliable, reusable space transportation system. When Columbia first arrived at Kennedy Space Center in March of 1979, there was some skepticism. 2 factors were leading to major delays in the launch schedule. The quest to advance the state-of-the-art in space technology, particularly in engine design and thermal protection, plus budgetary limitations imposed on development and testing of shuttle systems. With 2/3 of shuttle's tiles already on the vehicle, it was discovered that the bond was not strong enough to keep the tiles from falling off during high-stress phases of flight. The fix, called densification, required that most of the tiles be taken off, coated with a material to increase the bonding strength, then reapplied to the vehicle. The process took over 1 year to complete, but it worked. During the orbital flight test program, only undensified tiles showed weakness along their attach points on non-critical areas of the vehicle. Shuttle's main engines achieved the state-of-the-art in rocket engine technology. But as with any research and development program, confidence in the design came only after years of testing, learning, and some mistakes. Problems encountered during development of the engines were related to the unique requirements that had to be met. Reusability, up to 55 flights with minimum maintenance. Ability to throttle down to 65%. Lightweight, yet the capability to withstand extremely high chamber pressure. Pressure needed to generate the thrust for liftoff. Many failures that occurred were due to the tremendous pressures and vibration levels created trying to produce the needed thrust. But one by one, the problems were solved. The design was proven long before the first launch.
Go for auto sequence start. 4, we've gone for main engine start. We have main engine start.
Columbia was launched. Again. And again. And again. Four times within 15 months, traveling over 8 million miles during the first 4 flights. "314 revolutions around the Earth. 19 days on orbit." But beyond the statistics, a far more important goal was achieved with completion of the orbital flight test program. The foundation for our future was built, step by step, mission by mission. The goal of STS-1 was, quite simply, to get up and get down safely.
Columbia, Houston, you guys did so good, we're going to let you stay up there for a couple of days. Your goal for on orbit.
When astronauts John Young and Robert Crippen heard that announcement, they knew the mission was at least half a success. When returning from space, friction created by entering Earth's atmosphere blocks communication between mission control and the astronauts for 15 to 20 minutes. But it is also precisely during that time that temperatures on the vehicle surface reach their peak and shuttle structure undergoes its most stringent test. On Columbia's first flight, no one could predict exactly how shuttle would perform during that phase.
Hello there, Houston, Columbia's here.
Hello, Columbia, Houston's here. How do you read?
Plan clear, and we're done Mach 10.3.
With voice contact reestablished, spacecraft and crew had safely passed through the most critical phase of entry. Landing was the final test.
Right on glide slope.
Flown as a glider,
Center line. Look.
Columbia landed without power on the first and only attempt.
You're coming. You're down. 50 feet. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5. 3. 2. 1. Touchdown. There's gear. 10 feet. 5. 4. 3. Touchdown.
Houston, Columbia's on the roll.
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful.
Columbia's second flight was the first opportunity to evaluate the Canadian-built remote manipulator system. Manual functions were tested by astronauts Joe Engel and Richard Truly. Automatic functions were computer controlled. The arm performed successfully in all operating modes. Preliminary thermal tests of the vehicle were also begun on Flight 2. One thermal attitude resulted in the payload bay being pointed toward Earth for extended periods of time. During those periods, a package of 5 Earth-viewing instruments, designated OSTA-1, was activated. The package, composed of low-cost commercial-grade sensors previously flown only on aircraft, and instruments flown on individual satellites or past manned missions, collected the first Earth resource data using shuttle. The ability to mount all 3 types on Columbia greatly reduced the expense of acquiring the data.
2 Jordan. 100, 50, 30, 20, 10, 5, 3, touchdown. Nose gear 15. 10, 10, 5, 3, touchdown. Welcome home.
Thank you, Chase.
Flight 2 proved shuttle was truly a reusable space transportation system. Third flight of Columbia was primarily a thermal test of the vehicle, exposing it to the most extreme temperature differentials it could encounter on orbit during upcoming operational flights. No facility on Earth could simulate the same heating conditions Columbia would experience in the vacuum of space, where temperatures could vary greatly from one end of the orbiter to the other, depending on its orientation to the sun. The thermal tests determined precisely what effect different attitudes had on shuttle structure. The vehicle suffered no adverse effects. Evaluation of the remote manipulator system continued on Flight 3. Astronauts Jack Lousma and Gordon Fullerton tested the system's payload handling capability. First order of business was unberthing. Although clearance around the payload was only 2 inches, Fullerton unberthed in just 5 minutes, much quicker than had been predicted pre-flight. Using the plasma diagnostics package, 7 computer-controlled automatic movements of the arm were evaluated to prove scientific instruments could be maneuvered in and around the payload bay.
Only some general comments on the arm operation. The operation is smooth. There's definitely a little bit of flex and dynamics, but in the augmented modes, that's very minimized. Really no surprises. If there are any surprises, they're all pleasant. I'm really impressed with that piece of machinery.
Hey, that's great news, and we were impressed too.
The plasma diagnostic package was one of 10 instruments making up a scientific package on Flight 3 called OSS-1. Shuttle's movement through the ionosphere, electrical buildup on surfaces as it circled Earth, and electromagnetic interference between the ionosphere and electronic equipment on board were evaluated by the OSS-1 instruments to ensure that these phenomena would not adversely affect scientific instruments or sensitive astronomy observations on future shuttle flights. On Flight 4, the Induced Environment Contamination Monitor was used to check for contamination in and around the payload bay, created by thruster firings, outgassings, and water dumps. 11 separate components of shuttle's induced environment were measured. The desk-sized monitor was the heaviest payload lifted by the remote manipulator system during the orbital flight test program. Thermal tests on the vehicle were completed during Flight 4. The first Department of Defense payload was on board. The spacesuit to be used for extravehicular activity on Flight 5 was tried on during Flight 4 to practice the procedure. And astronauts T.K. Mattingly and Henry Hartsfield conducted a thorough evaluation of on-orbit procedures for the upcoming operational era of spaceflight, when Columbia will launch into Earth orbit on a routine basis. An ongoing task on all 4 missions of the flight test program was to evaluate living conditions This unique device, designed by a fellow astronaut, allowed the user to monitor his own heartbeat while jogging. Alternate methods of anchoring oneself in weightlessness were also appraised. Very busy schedules are forecast for upcoming shuttle flights, when crews will be comprised of at least 4 people, including women. Procedures on the ground are being streamlined for the operational era. Processing time was cut in half during the orbital flight test program. Presently, it takes approximately 13 weeks to prepare the space transportation system for launch. It is projected that by the mid-80s, there will be 2 shuttle launches per month. The number of people in mission control is gradually being reduced. Some positions have been eliminated. Others have been consolidated, which represents a clear indication of confidence in Columbia's systems. While this monitoring is being streamlined, payload monitoring is increasing. A new area called the Payload Operations Control Center was activated during the orbital flight test program to give mission controllers, payload managers, and commercial users the opportunity to develop monitoring and data acquisition procedures for upcoming flights. Experiments in life sciences were carried on board Columbia during the orbital flight test program. A preliminary study of lignin growth in zero-G was conducted. Lignin is an indigestible skeletal substance which promotes strength and upward growth in woody plants. It is hoped that in the absence of gravity, woody plants might not need to produce as much lignin, and instead will produce more digestible nutrients, such as carbohydrates and protein.
Plants need to produce more ligma.
The effect of weightlessness on some flying insects, bees, moths, and flies was studied. The project, conceived by a high school student, was one of 3 experiments flown on Columbia as part of an annual science competition co-sponsored by NASA and the National Science Teachers Association. Equipment to process materials in zero gravity on future flights underwent initial testing during the orbital flight test program. The monodisperse latex reactor made polystyrene latex microspheres to determine if large identical-sized latex microspheres could be manufactured practically and economically in space. Presently, large microspheres cannot be produced in uniform sizes on the ground. Yet medical and industrial applications have already been found in cancer research and treatment, glaucoma research, and for calibration standards in medical and scientific equipment. The continuous flow electrophoresis system, built by McDonnell Douglas Corporation, is a prototype of a production unit to purify material for the treatment of disease. The process separates substances according to their electrical charge. Hopefully, yields from the production unit will be high enough to make the product available to a mass market in the future.
It makes eels?
Results from the prototype's first flight showed that a very thin, yet highly concentrated stream of protein substance on the left was separated from red dye on the right. The thin protein stream, only a portion of which is shown here, is actually over 43 inches long and is 300 to 400 times more concentrated than yields obtained from the same process on Earth. The continuous flow electrophoresis system represents the first commercial use of shuttle by private enterprise under a joint endeavor agreement between NASA, McDonnell Douglas Corporation, and Ortho Pharmaceuticals Corporation, a subsidiary of Johnson & Johnson. A unique opportunity to put small, self-contained payloads aboard shuttle on a space-available basis at a very low cost exists in the Getaway Special program. After proving its flight readiness on Flight 3, the Getaway Special was fitted with 10 experiments built by science students from Utah State University and flown on Flight 4. Deposits for Getaway Specials on future flights, private enterprises' interest in flying payloads on board shuttle, missions planned into the next decade, all reflect the confidence this nation has in the space transportation system. All objectives of the flight test program were achieved. Two of the most significant events were not planned. Just prior to the third launch, tons of landing and recovery equipment had to be transported from California to New Mexico, a 1,000-mile journey, because heavy rains in California prevented a landing there. An entire encampment had to be built at the New Mexico landing site, Northrop Strip, and the task had to be completed within 4 days. Just prior to landing on the same mission, only 1.5 hours before touchdown, an unexpected sandstorm blew into the area.
As you could probably surmise, the winds have been coming up all day. It was still acceptable until his last pass, but during John's last pass, the visibilities were unacceptable and the turbulence was severe. So it's not a good day, and we're going to wave off for 24 hours. Over.
Plans were implemented immediately to stay on orbit an extra 24 hours.
We've had a good drill.
The flexibility to remain on orbit until weather conditions improved and land at an alternate strip could not have been demonstrated by previous spacecraft. Only the shuttle has that capability. It meets a need, providing access to low Earth orbit on a routine basis. By launching on time, serving as a platform for Earth observation and space observation, deploying payloads, operating in extreme temperature differentials while on orbit, providing ample living accommodations for astronaut crews, landing on lake beds, or concrete runways. As President Reagan said, the end of the orbital flight test program marks our entrance into a new era. The test flights are over. The groundwork has been laid. Now we will move forward to capitalize on the tremendous potential offered by the ultimate frontier of space.
Tessa, the link's in, I'll link it up in chat for you, bud. Actually, you know what's kind of funny about that? They, the guy said that, you know, in 1982 that they're going to launch twice a month. By the mid-80s, we'll be launching twice a month. It's pretty right. Yeah, that was about correct. Mm-hmm. I wonder how many times I've seen that video. A lot of these videos that I show here, Gas, I know because when I would work at my previous job, I say previous job, I haven't worked there in 7 years. When I worked on the loading dock at Best Buy, I would have headphones on. I would just be listening to this stuff. I would be listening to like This Week at NASA, just podcasts about space, any NASA videos like this. I would just put on. I made a playlist of them, and We Deliver is in there. Opening New Frontiers is in there. Dream is Alive is in there. Nuclear Propulsion in Space is in there. That's all I would listen to while I was unloading boxes. Thank God, the static was mind-numbing. It's funny because analog's in your name. How do you find the videos like that? You just gotta know where to look on YouTube. And now you get paid to watch the videos. I guess, if you want to put it that way. Greetings, Starfighter. You've been recruited by the Star League to defend the frontier against Zor and the Kodan Armada. I don't even need to finish reading what you said. I know exactly what that was, Ordon. Your coworkers must have been like, Ebsta, I was... Dude. When I first started working there, I think it was like 2013 or 2014 or something like that. When I first started working at Best Buy, I kept the space stuff on the down low on purpose because it's a little strange. It's a little strange having some random coworker know like how a shuttle's auxiliary power unit works. Like, yeah, I kept it on the DL, and then yeah, one time it came up, and you know, somebody was talking something about space, and I couldn't resist, and I went off, and everyone's like, how do you know about this? And I'm like, oh, damn. Now I gotta tell everybody what I do. Yeah. So, for a while, it was like, okay, this guy just knows way too much about space. I don't understand why he doesn't, doesn't go get a job at NASA or something, right? Like, and then, towards the end of my tenure at Best Buy, anytime somebody did something with SpaceX, or SpaceX did something, or NASA did something, or like a mission went off, or SpaceX landed a booster or something, they didn't land a booster when I worked at Best Buy, but anytime that happened, all like before the store opened and stuff, everybody would be coming up to me and asking me questions. Yeah, literally space news, but at my other job. Oh, dude, management did not like that. Oh, they didn't like that at all. Yeah, because people would rather come and ask me questions about space than do their job. So yeah, they didn't like that. Looking back on it, I didn't really care because I got to talk about space and got paid for it. But now I get to talk about space and I do get paid for it for real. So management is very happy this time around. No, I haven't worked at Best Buy since like 2016. I stopped. Excuse me, hello please, I have the most important video of the century here, seriously.
Cheese.
Yeah, okay. Cool, that's a thing. So I still carried all the links that I have left over from Space News yesterday. So let's just go in here and I'm gonna transfer as much of it as I can over. This Space News is going to be more rapid fire than normal. Yeah. Okay. It's going to be a little bit more rapid fire than normal. Yeah, let's just leave it at that. We have a lot of ground to cover because the last two Space News from the last 2 days got cut off, and also, there is, okay, the Starlink launch got moved till tomorrow. Good. Good. So we can do this right. Excellent. I got Starship updates for you. We got Booster 7 updates for you. Starliner updates here. There's a bunch of stuff. There's the OFT2 presser, which I got most of those questions right, which I'm actually kind of happy about. There's some stuff from Relativity about 3D printing parts. We got stuff from Blue about the BE4 that we didn't cover. Got some footage from Rocket Lab here. There's more about Blue right there. Blorgen with the BE4. They basically had a mother load drop of a motherlode drop of stuff here. Do you think you'd ever do old school television presenting, like for Netflix or a broadcast show? Can't tell if I can do it. I don't like it, but I can do it. Yeah, I can do it. I've done it before. I did it for Twitch in 2017 at Space and Science Week. You know, that's like studio where you have a headpiece and, you know, they're whispering sweet nothings into your ear. They're basically telling you what to say, and you have to read off of a teleprompter, etc., etc. I don't like that. The reason why I don't like it is because I have somebody in my ear whispering what I should be saying and the questions that I need to ask, and I'm basically just a sock puppet. I don't like that at all. I really don't like that. Yeah, that's why I haven't done it. Yeah, I don't like doing stuff like that. I mean, I can. Yeah, sure, of course. You know, if I was going to do something like that, it would probably be more along the style that, you know, Mike Rowe, how Mike Rowe does his web host, like his show hosting and stuff, you know, the guy from Dirty Jobs. It would probably end up being something like that, but I can do it. Yeah, sure. I just don't like the newscaster reading off a, you know, teleprompter, blah, 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 you know, like, yeah. Maybe get in on the NASA social media team. Yeah, well, maybe. All right, so we'll start off with news from today, I guess. Astra teased this from the Astra Space Tech. They had a presentation here, and they teased this. Apparently, Astra is building new rockets. Rocket 3.3 or 3.4 or whichever version they're on right now. LV-008 was the last one to go. Whatever version that they're working on right now, they're working on another one. Another one. Say it with me. Another one. They're at the Astra Space Tech Day 2022. And they have apparently teased new rockets over there. Here's some news for today. Yep, the black hole news that's been linked 3,000 times, including yourself, Synerd. And I clicked on the link and I said, yeah, I got the link. Yes. Yes. Is Supersonic coming back? Who keeps sharing that? I thought you were going to show this yesterday. That's a YouTuber. That's not from Boom Supersonic. I can't share, like, I don't want to do that, Bandit. I don't want to share some guy's YouTube video of Boom Supersonic unless it's from them actual, dude. Yeah, no, I can't do that. Out of respect. Astra are the ones with the little mobile rockets. Yep. Hey, Space Dive, how you doing? Is that as far as they got with the design? Ooh, savage. He was touring the Boom Supersonic plant. I know. I didn't ask what he was doing. I know. So Astra's teasing a new rocket there. They have a bunch of new designs, and I'm not too sure about the rest of this. They were releasing this information when we were playing Kerbal a couple hours ago. So Rocket 4 will have 2 Reaver engines from Firefly. The upper stage will still have a pressure-fed engine like on Rocket 3.3. Okay. Interesting. There's some info here. All right, let's go peeping here. Once again, we got to do it quick because there's a lot of stuff to go through today. Let's take a look. Astra Launch Services, dedicated low-cost orbital launch services. Launch System 2.0, our next step in further increasing access to space powered by Rocket 4.0. All right. 300 kilograms to low Earth orbit, 3.95 million base launch price. It's pretty damn good. Oh. The Antares route. How do you know it has Reaver engines in it? Whoa, hey, wait a minute. Where's Saxavord? 3 launch sites, fellas. One of them is in the UK. It's in the UK. They signed a partnership with Firefly to use the Reaver engines. Interesting. Interesting. All right, let's go take a look. Where's Saxiford? Saxiford Spaceport in Shetland. Or is it Shetland? Oh. 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 That looks like a rocket launch pad. No, it's not. It's just, there's some kind of telescope up there, or radar, or something. That's way up there. Yeah, that's a little ways up there, huh? Yeah, there's not a lot of civilization up there. Yeah, God, that seems about right, considering the direction that it's facing. It's facing that. Well, it's omnidirectional, but interesting. Okay. Cape Canaveral, 33 to 57, 59 to 110, 75 to 96. Cool. All right. 19, 1.8 meter diameter, 2-stage, 2,000, 70,000. Interesting. Okay, there's 2 little Reaver motors in there. First orbital launch from British soil. It's between them or Orbex, Edmana. Wait a minute, you're right, S. We have 1.8 meter diameter in Kerbal. This is just my Imahara rocket. They stole my idea. Damn you, Chris Kemp. Look. 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 That's just Imahara. They stole my idea. Moron it. You said moron. Scottish Spaceport prototype rocket. Oh, that's Orbex, Tessa. That's Orbex, but that's cool. Shetland's way up there. That's way up there. They borrowed it. They watched the stream for sure. Yeah, fat chance. Anyway, so cool. We got a new type of vehicle coming out. It looks like it's not that much bigger than Rocket 3.3. I think Rocket 3.3 is probably like this tall compared to it. This is like more Electron sized, or more like Falcon 1 sized. It's actually kind of big. I hope they upgrade the thrust vector control to have more than one axis of gimbal. Oh, yeah, maybe. New ground systems as well. Interesting. Only 23,000 people in the whole is Shetlands. Damn, dude. Cool. All right. That's neat. I'll give you more information on Rocket 4.0 as it comes out. So, next thing here is ULA released the Atlas V OFT-2 mission profile here. So it's a quick video. So I'm gonna jump right in.
And lift off. The rise of Starliner. A new era in human spaceflight.
The Atlas V RD-180 main engine and 2 solid rocket boosters ignite to generate more than 1.5 million pounds of thrust to lift the rocket away from the pad. Shortly after liftoff, Atlas begins a pitchover to attain the proper flight path while minimizing the dynamic pressure the vehicle experiences during flight. To ensure crew safety and comfort, the Atlas V rolls to a heads-up position and uses booster engine throttling to limit vehicle acceleration to 3.5 Gs. The Atlas V reaches Mach 1, the speed of sound, at 1 minute 5 seconds.
Man, Kerbal 2's graphics.
The 2 SRBs are jettisoned at 2 minutes 20 seconds. At 4 minutes 29 seconds, propellant levels deplete and the booster engine shuts down. 6 seconds later, the Atlas Centaur separation system activates to release the booster stage. The vehicle now weighs less than 9% of what it did at liftoff. Jettison of the ascent cover occurs at 4 minutes 41 seconds. The ascent cover protects critical hardware on top of the spacecraft.
No, that's not right at all. There is no ascent cover on this one. Yeah, there's no ascent cover on this. Boeing switched to a retractable nose cone on this version of Starliner. The nose cone actually flips open like Dragon.
And provides an aerodynamic shape for ascent.
There's a docking cover? Well, wait a minute. Hold on. That's not what they said in the OFT2 presser yesterday. So, clue me in. What are we talking about here? It's a two-piece thing. There's a motorized cover underneath the separating cap. Let me look at the graphic. There's a door on the port, so the cap's still there. So they put a cover on a cover. Okay, for some reason in my mind, when we were listening to the OFT2 presser yesterday, that is not how they described that. The lady from Boeing yesterday said that they have now they have a retractable nose cone cover that doesn't require a jettisonable cover. That was the words from yesterday, dude. Which I'm confused now. It's because they needed extra protection for the docking port and they didn't want to redesign the whole thing. Yeah, no, I see it. No, you guys are right. Like, I see it. I see this and I see all this. And yeah, I'm thinking they wouldn't get the copy wrong for this, right? But also at the same time, like, that is not what they said in the press interview yesterday. They said they have no need for a jettisonable aero cover anymore. That's literally what was said. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Just the visual picture that's painted in my mind tells me that thing is the thing that retracts. It's more like a protective cover than on top of that is an aerodynamic cover. No. I see what it is. I get it. I see what it is. No, all right. No, that's useless conversation anyways.
The ascent cover protects critical hardware on top of the spacecraft and provides an aerodynamic shape for ascent through the atmosphere.
Wrong time.
4 seconds later, burn of the dual-engine Centaur begins. This burn guides the Centaur to an elliptical suborbital trajectory at an inclination of approximately 51.6 degrees. Approaching aeroskirt jettison, the Centaur is burning propellant at a rate of 100 pounds,
maybe
or 45 kilograms.
Guys, it's more likely that I just misunderstood. That's more likely what's going on. But yeah, there you go. That's that. I guess there's a cover for the cover.
Per second, traveling at more than 10,520 miles or 16,930 kilometers per hour, and located 78 miles or 126 kilometers in altitude, and 333 miles or 536 kilometers downrange. The ULA-designed aeroskirt extends the Starliner's surface, enhancing its aerodynamic characteristics and stability, and minimizing the loads of this unique crewed configuration. At approximately 5 minutes 5 seconds, the aeroskirt is jettisoned. Nearly 12 minutes into flight, cutoff of the Centaur main engines, or MECO-1, occurs. The mission now enters a suborbital coast phase in preparation for separation. Centaur's suborbital trajectory design enhances crew safety by providing a shallow orbit more favorable for an abort if required, and ensures the Centaur will naturally deorbit, impacting the ocean off the southwest coast of Australia. At 14 minutes and 50 seconds, Centaur releases the CST-100 Starliner on its second orbital flight test.
What?
I said I was going to the grocery store,
Yeah.
and I stood up, and the 4 hours of sleep caught up with me. So now I'm going to take a nap.
All right, baby, no problem.
Okay.
Sleep well. Call me if you need me. Do you think it's some peculiarity of super hypersonic aerodynamics that means they don't have to boat tail the aero skirt? It's for abort and stuff, dude. Well, never. Sorry. That's not right. Rewind. You're talking about this thing right here. That's there for aerodynamics to keep the center of pressure, to keep the forward center of pressure low. So, actually, interesting thing here, fellas. Atlas V is a completely different rocket, right? It's completely different. But the funny thing is that this ascent profile is extremely similar to the space shuttle. Yeah, that's the shuttle's ascent profile. It's close. It's really close. I've watched enough ascent footage of the damn thing to know that this is close. And the reason why is that this is going to fly on a kind of lofted trajectory. The thing is going to go, it's going to start by going more up than down range. Like more so than a regular rocket. Like a regular rocket would be turned over here somewhere. This thing is going to fly up, and then it's going to be on a shallow trajectory during the second stage. That's to minimize G loads. So they it's basically to minimize the G load. So they fly on a really lofted kind of. It's a lofted trajectory in that it's not like parabolic. It kind of goes more up and then more straight. But it's not that much of a difference. Seconds. But this is very similar to the shuttle. It's really close. Like 271. Yeah, okay, it's not exact. It's not exactly like the shuttle. The shuttle usually had engine cutoff at 100, I think it's like 180 seconds. 180 seconds, it depends. It's a little over 2 minutes. Sometimes it's 2 minute 30. Sometimes it's anywhere between 2 and 2 minutes. It depends on the ascent profile. Well, actually, no, it doesn't depend on the ascent profile. What would it more depend on? It depends on payload mass, because no, burn time is burn time. I forget. It's somewhere over 2 minutes. Sorry, I'm confusing myself because doing a lot. I have a lot on my mind today. So this is similar, but the booster actually lasts a lot longer, and that's because of the attachable SRMs. But the Centaur trajectory is almost identical to the external tank. The Centaur is basically taking the trajectory of the external tank. It's very close. Starliner's blunt nose pushes most high velocity flow around the capsule, but without the skirt, shock waves would attack the base of the Centaur. Yeah, the skirt, exactly. The skirt is there to make sure that a ripple from the air getting pushed out doesn't hit right here. That's why it's there. See this? See this little thing right there? Everything that flies through the air has a wake. There's an aerodynamic wake. That's dirty air, right? If you like Formula One, you know what I'm talking about. Or if you've watched Top Gun, you don't fly through the jet wash of another plane, because then aerodynamics starts getting weird because your wings don't wing anymore. So with this, the nose cone, I'm basically taking what Prey said and putting it into English. The nose cone is pushing the air out, but at different pressure, depending on where the vehicle is flying, it's going to either push way down here, or it's going to the wake angle, I guess, is the right way to say it. That's not the right aerodynamic term. The wake angle is going to go somewhere out here, but it is going to come back in. It'll compress in on itself, because that's what aerodynamics do, similar to a boat wake, right? They want to make sure that that wake doesn't hit right here, because if it does, the center of pressure can shift too far forward, and then the vehicle will want to flip over. That's why that skirt is there. It was primarily an acoustic concern. They don't need it for center of pressure. Acoustic concern. Let me read what you said again then. I'm still wondering what's involved in getting a rocket to Saxavord. The island does have an airport, but it's mothballed and only 2,000-foot runway. This is what... Oh. Yeah, I can't tell. We can look into that a little bit later. So you're talking about the acoustic waves that are made from said wake, Prey? That's what we're talking about here? That's a little bit, yeah. Okay, if that's the case, it's a little bit different than what I said. Just a little bit. Sorry, turning the air conditioner on. How far does the aero skirt cover Centaur? Just the payload attachment fitting. Does KSP simulate dirty air? No. No, Sanchai. If it did, there would be aerodynamic. If they did, basically KSP wouldn't be a game because people would be using it for high fidelity simulation. If that means that Kerbal would be using what's called Kerbal. That would mean that Kerbal has pioneered what's it called? Real-time computational fluid dynamics. Basically, meaning they found a way to simulate air and how air works exactly on the computer. And if anyone can do that anywhere near real time, they're gonna get a lot of money. So whoever figures that out is gonna make a lot of money. Yeah. If you could do real time computational fluid dynamics, then you would be a billionaire. Didn't Microsoft Flight Sim do that? No, not even close. Microsoft Flight Simulator uses vertex information for aerodynamics. They use a model of what's called blade element theory, or BET for short, but it's based off of vertices instead of parts. So you have a plane is modeled, right? In Kerbal, you put all your wings, and aerodynamics is calculated off of each wing, right? Like you have a wing, and there's one it has aerodynamic properties for that entire wing. Flight Simulator bases it off of vertices. They use the vertex mesh on the geometry, and they calculate aerodynamics in almost the same exact way that Kerbal does, but you have more sample points, so it's more high fidelity. That's how they were able to optimize it so well. They do exactly the same thing that Felipe came up with in KSP, but it's on vertices instead of part by part. It's actually really smart. Have you seen the video of weather and wind interacting with terrain? That's much more than BE, blade element theory. Okay, for the record, I'm going to reiterate the conversation we just had. The short story is, I said, a train drives the wheels to go forward. And you said, yeah, trains do drive, but they drive the wheels to go forward. And I said, yeah, they do, but the drive mechanism could be electric, it could be steam. And then you said, and then basically you said, oh, but what about boats? Like, all right. How the terrain could be using a completely different aerodynamic calculation. If I'm remembering right, they do use BET for the terrain, but it's based off of photogrammetric maps. If I'm remembering right, I could be wrong. What are we talking about here? Are you talking about aerodynamic simulation, or are you talking about how the storms hit the ground? Because guess what? When the storms hit the plane in game, guess what it's influencing? The aerodynamics, which are plotted from the vertices on the airplane. Like, what are we talking about here? I said, well, the flight sim uses this, and you said, oh, well, how does the ground fly? Well, it doesn't, because it's the ground. Contain explanation from the skirt. Shockwaves coming off Starliner would curl back inwards and hit near the bottom of the Centaur and cause components to vibrate more than what they were rated for. So rather than change Centaur's components, they added a skirt. That makes sense, Prey. Yeah, I gotcha. Anyway, where the Centaur, where the Centaur stage actually comes down is very, very, very similar to where the ET came down from the shuttle missions. External tank came down over here. Actually, right near Centaur impact, right there. I'm just saying real-time CFD is getting more accurate these days. The approximations are getting very realistic. Okay. Yeah, that's good to know. Cool. All right, so this is scheduled for the 19th. That's when this is going off here. So, all right, I'm going to get into the next bit of news here. Oh, yeah, we're at solar maximum here. Here's some shots of the shuttle just farting. Or not the shuttle, the sun just farting. The shuttle farting was what we've already covered today by turning the engines on. And once again, fellas, if my explanations are a little... Please spare me today. I'm a little scatterbrained because, you know, I just bought a house. Anyway, no, we can't do that. We can't give EJ a break, can we? No, we can't do that. So yeah, we're at solar maximum. I thought you guys would appreciate this. Someone linked this up in chat. It's actually pretty cool. So far handles dragged by voxelizing the craft, so the parts don't matter, just the shape. And for lift, it tries to consider how the various pieces make whole wings and consider interactions. So stuff like aspect ratio is meaningful. Any of that heading our way? Nah, I don't think so. So, that's cool. Thought you would want to show that real quick. Speaking of stuff that's going on that's not, you know, rockets. There was big news today. What was it? The Event Horizon Telescope became the first telescope to image the black hole at the center of the Milky Way galaxy. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's kind of... Yeah, black hole. Negative mass density. Imaged. Yeah, that's pretty cool. During live, they said that the black hole is facing us. What? That looks like it's facing over here. Like, okay, wait, all right. I'm not as familiar as Starliner, which I kind of borked up on the explanations today anyway, but so what does that mean, Kemi? Like, how is it facing us? I don't know. Congrats on the house. Just got here and you choose Cursed Lem or Cursed Rocket. Lem. Because, hey, did you watch this? ¿Qué es esto? No miro? I haven't seen that, no. I'll probably watch out on my own time, Squall. Well, no. Okay, alright. Listen, this isn't... What I'm about to do is not so much an explanation. This is more me needing to understand this. I don't... This is not my forte. So, I always thought that if this is a plane of space and time, so this is our dimension, I guess. This is the third dimension right here, right? If you have a planet, like the sun, what it's going to do is... That right there is a grav well visualized in 2 dimensions. It should kind of look like this, right? You know, it literally looks like a well. It's a big hole in, well, not a hole, but it's a bump in space and time, like, you know, something like that, right? And then there could be smaller planets that have ripples in there, like that and like that and like that, etc., right? The black hole is just that. Because there's no ring around it like Saturn. It's like a top-down pick because of gravitational lensing. Yep. Throwing out words that I don't know. Its pole is facing us. So the black hole is doing something like this because it's facing that way? The black hole is rotating, so it has a spin axis. And it has an accretion disk, which is what the image shows. I think the accretion disk will align with the black hole's equator. So I guess what the Event Horizon team are saying is that we're looking at a black hole and the disk poles on. So it's like this then. And there's a ring right here, like this. And that ring is facing towards Earth. No. More like a donut. No, that... Think looking at a donut hole. Okay, all right, S here. Let me draw that again for you because you just clearly just want to say no, right? Right here. Better? But the crazy thing is that black holes are omnidirectional. That I always just assumed that a black hole would just be like this, right? And then a planet would say be over here, right? And the planet would be like that. And this is, remember, this is warping space and time. Warping space and time cause an accelerated force. That's what gravity does. Like our planet is warping space and time to an extent. This is why things like time dilation happen. Because you're warping space and time. Somebody that's further away, okay, relativity, my relativity isn't the best. If I'm remembering right, if you're further away from Earth's grav well, you will age less. That's how that works, right? Is it less or more? I forget. I think it's less. But you got to convert that from 2D to 3D. Yeah, okay. Reminder that his gravity is in 3D. Yeah, I know. You got, for all you guys are saying, oh, well, EJ, it's in 3 dimensions. Yeah, I know. I know. Because I started this conversation with paint. It's a 2D representation of our 3rd dimension. Did you miss that part? I get it. I understand that. You don't need to keep telling me. I get it. Because, you know, it's hard to draw negative mass density in MS Paint. Like, here. Let me take a shot. Let me take a shot at drawing this in 3D. Okay. How about like, is that a good enough? Is that a good enough approximation? You tell me. Now I get it. I get the 3rd dimension part. It's very strange to me that you have poles on a black hole. That's, like, not strange, like, I get it, but that's weird, dude. Interesting. Hey, Manatee, what's going on? I think it's time to change the gravity. Yeah, let's do it. Ready? Sorry, it's broken. Even in the future, nothing works. Why is that weird to you? I guess I just never really considered it. Black holes in my mind just go up and down. Like, but I guess you can have omnidirectional black holes because black holes are just a lot of mass. It's just a lot of mass confined in a really, really small volume. So, That's crazy, dude. I mean, yeah, I guess like anything else, yeah, it could have an axial tilt. That's weird. Sorry, you're not Q. No, it's just out of order. Sorry. I got banished from the Q continuum. Ah, well, see, that's not a black hole. That's a nebula. Okay. That's a nebula right there. See? Yeah, it's just that's a nebula. It's a little different. A little different. Yeah, nebulas are not black holes. I don't know if you knew that, Chen. They're also in 3 dimensions. Dicks. Now, I know you guys are just trying to help, but I'm not going to pass up an opportunity to give you guys crap, because that's... and you do the same to me. Anyway, last, you want the link for self-study. Black holes are all kinds of crazy. If you want to go deeper than them, you need to... I get it, Tessa. Yeah, that's interesting that they're omnidirectional like that. Because that means you're... Yeah, dude. Wow, that's strange, man. That's strange. The black hole is omnidirectional. The creation disk is not. You don't need space-time distortion to understand the creation disk. It's just regular spinning matter. What a mind frick. It's just like Saturn and its rings. Well, except for the fact that it's not, from what you guys are telling me. You said that the black hole is omnidirectional, but the matter is still on our plane of existence, right? So it's not like Saturn's rings. That's not how Saturn's rings work at all. They go with the axial tilt. That's not how they work. That's not how it works at all. Heck, some planets have rings that don't even follow the equator. Like Neptune's rings go this way. Interesting. The rings and the gravity have nothing to do with each other. You guys literally just said the opposite of that. Literally just, like, 5 seconds ago. That was the opposite of what was said in... Never mind. I'm going to do this on my own time. Nope, too many people trying to explain it. It's not worth it. Next space news. Nope. Next space news. Let's see what's going on down the Cape.
Hey everyone, Ian Atkinson here with NASA Spaceflight. Welcome back to another Cape update, where we cover everything that is happening at SpaceX Roberts Road, Pad 39A, Blue Origin's Cape facility, and beyond. This week, we spotted progress on the Starship pad, and foundation and construction work on the Star Factory and High Bay facilities at the Cape. Furthermore, Blue Origin has finished major parts of their 2-cap building. Alright, let's get into the details.
If we have time, Novus.
First, let's look at what's happening at the SpaceX facility on Roberts Road. In front of Hangar X, we saw a brand new side booster for Falcon Heavy. Taking a closer look, the booster was revealed to be B-1064, which will be used on the USS F-44 mission.
How the frick did you get that from a plane? Or, well, helicopter. Jeez.
Will be used on the USS F-44 mission.
Cool.
It'll be SpaceX's first launch directly to geostationary orbit, and the rocket's first launch after a 3-year hiatus.
Hey, Matt.
At the fairing
86
refurbishment
months.
section of Hangar
Thanks,
X,
man.
a fairing was delivered, waiting to be refurbished, after which it will be assigned a mission to fly. It's unclear what mission it flew on most recently because it's covered with a tarp. Towards the north side of the facility, crews have cleared a part of the construction area. This will be used as parking spaces for employees working at Roberts Road. This is backed up by updated plans for the facility. With the influx of more and more jobs at Cape Canaveral, due to SpaceX's increased activity, they're surely going to need it. Towards the east side wall of Hangar X, the concrete pathways have started construction as well, indicating there will be no further expansion of the main building there, and that it has reached its final footprint. Looking towards the west, SpaceX teams are working hard to build the production facility for Starship,
That's right,
similar
Doc.
to the ones at Boca Chica. To support this on-site work, 2 new tents were set up by the workers.
Elon tents!
Just next door at the tower assembly yard, we can see 4 of the tower sections fully assembled, with the 5th one nearing completion. The construction of the 6th section is also underway. The teams also seem to be ready to start the assembly of the 7th section, as some of the components and a set of feet are already present at the assembly area. These assembled sections will be integrated on top of each other at the Starship launch site at Launch Complex 39A to build the orbital launch tower for Starship and Super Heavy.
Dude.
Moving south of the tower assembly area, we can see that SpaceX has started construction of the new Mega Bay at the Cape. Workers are seen here using pile drivers to begin what will become the foundations of the facility where SpaceX will stack barrel sections to build Starships and Super Heavy boosters in Florida. We can also see that, at the same time, they're pushing forward with the completion of the foundations by already installing rebar.
Oh, we'll go through the video
with
without
foundations
with
suggests that the
comments
Florida
later.
Mega Bay will be of the same size and shape as the one at Starbase, but we'll be keeping an eye out for potential differences once it starts rising from the ground. On our last flyover, we were able to see some concrete spread footings for what will be SpaceX's Florida Star Factory.
Thank you,
Now,
Tessa.
almost all of them are completed, with the southernmost row still not complete yet, and some of the spread footings are being filled in as well on the north side. Between the Star Factory building and the Mega Bay, we can see the entrance road to the west side of the Roberts Road complex is complete, connecting the main road with the tower assembly area. At Launch Complex 39A, work continues on both the Starship and Falcon areas. The horizontal integration facility used to process Falcon rockets before launch was seen with its main door open, likely ready to receive Falcon Heavy side booster B-1064 spotted earlier at Roberts Road. Moving over to the northeast, a new tent has popped up at the old Starship landing zone, where in the last flyover, we saw frames for it going up. North of this, at the 39A Starship orbital launch site, the tower concrete base is being expanded, with walls coming out to the west and away from the upcoming orbital launch mount. At Starbase, the part of the concrete base of the tower facing away from the launch mount houses equipment and drawworks for the Mechazilla system. While it's still too early to tell the full size and shape of this base expansion, it already looks certainly different in design than what we can see at Starbase. It is likely that SpaceX teams were able to learn from Boca Chica and improve the design for the Florida Launch and Catch Tower. Right next to the future launch tower, we can see rebar coming out of the ground for what will be the 39A Starship orbital launch mount. In this satellite picture tweeted by our friend Harry Stranger, we can see that the launch mount legs are already prepared a bit north of the launch mount site. More strangely though, to the west of both the launch tower and the launch mount, an octagonal clearing can be seen on the ground. It is not obvious yet what this could be, but given its size, it is no doubt related to Starship. We'll keep an eye out on what comes of this site in future flyovers. At the main ramp, work can be seen underway on the Falcon Transporter Erector, or TE, which is understood to be undergoing upgrades to support the increased cadence of flights by SpaceX this year.
It's
on that
interesting,
same
Doc,
note,
huh?
we could also see Space Launch Complex 40, which has been recently undergoing similar upgrades ahead of the upcoming Starlink
that over there on the
Group
left?
4-15 mission. On the northeast side, Falcon 9 booster B-1021 rests after having been in storage at Hangar E for years.
Huh.
It is unclear why it is being stored out in the open at Slick 40, but it was expected to be put on display at some point. At the main ramp, the TE's strongback hasn't picked up the reaction frame yet, which is a key step in preparing the pad for rocket integration.
Yeah.
The launch was initially expected closer to the middle of this week, but has slipped in recent days, and this is likely why the reaction frame pickup hasn't occurred yet. And speaking of things that have slipped to the right, over at Air Liquide, things look unchanged from our last week's flyover. The upgrades that were needed for SLS are supposed to be done, but they did not change the appearance of the buildings. Over at Blue Origin, square footings for the warehouse expansions are being prepared, while the ground is now completely cleared ahead of the start of construction of the next manufacturing building. Besides that, the other cleared areas showed no major changes compared to our last flyover. At the 2CAT building, which will be used to clean and test New Glen's second stages, we can see that it now has a roof and has reached its final height. The cladding on the side buildings and the main building are going up as well, as Blue Origin gets closer to completing the build. Next to the 2CAT, a staircase is going up, together with another not yet clearly defined structure next to it.
That's for a bridge crane.
At Blue Origin's launch pad, Launch Complex
I'll tell you more about that
36,
later.
Nothing has changed drastically. Jarvis is still enjoying its time in the sun, while no Pathfinder or rocket is visible. If you want to learn more about how exactly...
Oh, come back.
This video was roof and has reached its final height. And that's it for this week's flyover. Make sure to catch our daily Boca Chica videos as well, to stay up to date on what's happening in Starbase.
I've been with you for a while now. You remain a consistent and enjoyable streamer. Keep up the good work. Hey, thanks for the 53 months, man. All right, so here, let's get into this real quick. So, I noticed, there are some things that I noticed. Here, let's go here. So, obviously, wide peep obey right there. This is nothing. I saw a couple of people say like, oh, you know, how do you know that they're finalizing that? The plans that were filed with the state of Florida showed that there's a sidewalk there. I looked over these plans for this entire complex probably more times than I really wanted it mentioned. Yeah. So they see right there where that seam is. They extended this building out, short story, and then they added this area over here. They added a heavy loading dock there. We know it's a heavy loading dock because it's all concrete. If this was just asphalt right here, it wouldn't be carrying heavy things. You do see the fairing there, and fairings are actually pretty dang light, but this is all concrete because heavy stuff is supposed to be on it. Like similar to this kind of driveway right here. It's not really a driveway, but similar to this driveway. See that thing? That big white thing that's right there with the pointy nose? Yeah, that's heavy. Yeah, true story, I know. Great commentary by me today. But what they don't say is, interestingly enough, is the two cranes that are right there. I didn't really hear Ian talk about this too much. There's two cranes right there. Guess what those are for? Pulling a rocket off the transporter. Yeah, funny story. They also, actually, hold on. They also have an interesting load spreader bar. They might not be used exactly for that, but I do see Falcon 9 processing rings back there. Interestingly enough, I wonder what this test is. It might be something different. Then again, this structure could have an internal gantry crane inside of it, and it might just, if it does, all you do is just pull the Falcon 9 off. That building did go up fast, Harp. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, see, what are they doing over here? So those are Falcon 9. Actually, those are not Falcon 9. Those are fairing holders right there. I think the diameter is too big for Falcon 9, because if you look at this processing ring and look at that, those actually aren't processing rings. That's for the fairing, which leads me to ask, what the hell is this? And then it leads me to ask again, what is that? What are these pieces for? Also, nice lifted truck over there. Interesting. Because, see, okay, over here. Ah, okay. All right. Some blanks are getting filled in. These are for holding the processing rings. See the aluminum rings right there? That's what those are for. They hold the rings when they're not using them. Okay, it's down there. The circular one might be for Dragon. Nah, Synerd, I've seen Dragon's bracket. It doesn't look like that. It looks like Dragon's bracket is an L. So, I'm serious. The bracket goes like this. They build the Dragon on the processing bracket like this, and then when they go to horizontally integrate it, they turn the whole thing sideways and then roll it in. It's very interesting. I wonder what they're doing. They're doing some kind of... There's a load spreader there between the two cranes, and then they're picking something. They're picking a mass up over there, which is interesting. I wonder what they're up to. Not like this, but like this. So obviously there's a fairing right there. But see, then again, that looks like a fairing holder. Those look like the fairing holders. I don't know what those other pieces are. Hold on. I don't know what those pieces are for. Those things. They could be for Falcon, but they might not be. But they could be. Interesting. There is a gantry inside of Hangar X. Yeah, okay. It's there absolutely is. That's from the Inspiration 4 picture. Yeah. So, Thomas, my first inclination was that these are for pulling the rocket off. You'd need two cranes to do that, but clearly that's not the case. Clearly that's wrong. So, what are these two cranes doing then? What are they? They're moving around some counterweights, but why? Interesting. Also, I don't know what those are for. I thought they were for Falcon 9, and then I thought they were for a fairing, but they don't look like either one of those. The Falcon 9 processing rings are behind the G and Juliet Bergeron right here. Where's the bakery? Is that somewhere else? It's somewhere else. See, and what's that ring over there? What is that thing for? There's a lot of new parts here that I've really never seen. I've never seen these jigs before, which is interesting. There's actually 3? Oh, wow. Crazy. Demon, those might be for the extended fairing, but I can't prove it. It looks to be like a wider diameter than that, which is why I thought it was the fairing to begin with and not a Falcon 9 holder, which is very interesting. Yeah, see, those are fairing holders. See the white pieces right there? Those U-shaped pieces? That's what holds the fairings. And then I love Ian. You can't tell what fairing it is because it's got a tarp over it, and that's pretty neat. So yeah, NASA Space Flight, yeah, see the wooden fairing holders? That's the fairing cradle right there. They put them on that trailer when they bring them back from Port Canaveral. They put those on there, and then that trailer goes and brings them back. Look inside of the door. 2 more are visible. Yep. Yeah, I see them. Also, fellas, NASA Space Flight made it a thing to point out how big those garage doors are. If you're failing to understand the scale here, look at the truck. Look at the truck and look at the doorway. That's just a regular door. And then that's a regular garage door. Well, actually, that's a small industrial garage door. The real garage doors aren't that big. That right there is a garage door. That's an industrial one, and that is a chunker of a door. Look at the truck. The truck looks like a toy in there, which is pretty nuts to me. Those doors are gigantic. And clearly this is some kind of fairing processing area because there's fairings in there. You could see it's the other fairing, as Thomas pointed out. Balls, no context. Nice. You have a door, and then door, and then door. That's right, man. Yeah. Yeah, I always try to use the cars as scale. And once again, I always try to convey scale here because, dude, you can't tell how big this stuff is. even from pictures, even if there are pictures on the ground, I always try to point out like a person or like a car or something, because everybody knows how big a car is, right?
Discovery, go at throttle.
Oh, door, Chris Vu, 68-month resub. And look, see, yeah, okay. See the concrete forms? The reinforced concrete sidewalk. Is there some kind of code in Florida where you need to make reinforced concrete sidewalks? That sounds like a Florida thing. Interesting. Maybe hurricanes. Yeah, I don't know. Sidewalks cracked if they're not reinforced at least a little bit. Maybe because how soft the ground is? Yeah, Matt, that would be my guess. I mean, that's a lot of reinforcement there, but hey, yeah, whatever. And this is that's the curb. That's the guide for where they want to put the curbs in. Interesting that there's a processing door right there. That's a big door as well. I mean, look at how big that is comparatively to the human door. This is pickup truck door. This is human door. Also, look at the guy sitting up on the roof doing some kind of roofing up there. It's a Florida thing, can confirm. Yeah, see the people walking around? That building in itself is gigantic. Yeah, passing. That's my guess. Like they don't make Florida. We don't have reinforced. Then again, they don't really make the sidewalks out of concrete around here. Yeah, I don't know, but we'll see. Also, I want to point out the hawk that's flying around in the shot there. At least I think that's a hawk. It looks like it. See it? Okay. So it's hard to tell, but there's a guy standing next to that truck right there. And then there's a porta potty right there. And the porta potty looks like it's been through Honey, I Shrunk the Kids in this picture, which is crazy. All right. That's a big road right there. See, okay. What I'm saying, they started grading out this road, and look at how wide that road is. Okay, so look at a regular car. See the regular car over here? How wide is that dang road? This stretch of pavement right here is like 3 to 4 lanes wide. So why do I bring that up? Like, I'd say at least 3 to 4 with a shoulder. Why do I bring that up? I always have this thing about looking for weird infrastructure. Weird infrastructure is a telltale way to figure out how rockets move around, okay? You can do this on Google Earth. I've done it many times. I'll give you a quick example and I'll show you from there. So, let's go over here. Let's go over here to Huntington Beach in California, right? So I know what you're going to ask. Did they launch rockets from here? Well, no. But they manufactured rockets in here. So, check this out. This is a heavy dock right there. All right? It obviously, the reason why it has this kind of half hourglass shape is because something big needed to turn and back up into a ship right here. So let's follow this road. Okay, this road goes down here.
Discovery.
And now take a look. The road is radiused to the right. See that? Radius to the right. And how wide do you think this road is? Same idea. It's 4 lanes wide. That's a big road. And it was clearly pasted down after some of this other stuff was there. So this is a heavy dock right there because it's a concrete dock. And then you have a huge radius right here. And then you have a huge radius right here. Because this thing was designed to move something gigantic. So let's follow this road. Look around for any kind of heavy concrete coming off the sides of this road. Now, nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. There's a base entrance right there, but there's no heavy concrete around. Let's keep going. There's a concrete patch right there, but there's nothing connecting to it. Asphalt. Not good enough for heavy infrastructure. Let's keep going. Oh. Oh. What's this? Oh, look. A similar concrete path was there before they started making this. Up here is where the Douglas S4B manufacturing was for the Saturn V. They made the Saturn V third stages right here. And one time we went through here and we traced where it was going, and we figured out how they loaded up the third stages, brought them down here, brought them to this dock, right? And moved them over to the Cape. They brought them down this road. But it's the concrete infrastructure. See, it's a telltale sign that whatever's coming onto this dock is coming from this direction because of the radius right there. I'll give you another example. Hey, neat, 86-month resub. One more example, quick. Let's go up to Vandenberg. Vandenberg is over here. All right, now, let's zoom in right here. Okay, see this road? Okay, it's a pretty typical intersection right there, right? You have a turning lane right there, and, straight, left turn straight, right turn or straight. And you have a 6-lane road, right? That's a 4-lane road over here. But what the hell is this? What's that? Well, okay, I know this first and foremost because I've seen footage, but that is for the shuttle transporter. The shuttle transporter, because they were going to launch shuttles from Vandenberg, they paved a strip of land here so the thing wouldn't have to turn around this tight turn right here. See that? And if you follow this road down to the north gate at Vandenberg, all the way over here. Oh, look, another radius. Interesting. Okay, let's follow this road. Let's go up here. I'd also like to point out that this road is very weird. It's a very weird road. Why is it a weird road? Well, look, it's 2 lanes, but it has huge breakdown lanes. It has 2 huge shoulders on the sides. The reason why is because they widened the road to get a space shuttle down it. And if you follow the road all the way up here, they put cuts in the terrain. Why did they put cuts in the terrain? Space shuttle wings. See? There's telltale signs for infrastructure around. The reason why is because rocket infrastructure is very unique. It's very like there's not very often that you need to move something around like that, right? It's not very often you need to move something around that big. And also, look at this road that Enterprise and that the transporter are going down. It's a 3-lane road. Actually, it's 4 lanes technically. You have a breakdown lane, traffic one way, and then 2-lane traffic another way. That is a very unique road, especially for the United States. You do not see that much. The reason why? The road's a weird diameter. It's a weird diameter because the road was designed to take a space shuttle down it and not necessarily traffic, but traffic could also go down it. See what I'm talking about? Interesting, right? So there's telltale signs for infrastructure around, and if we follow this path, guess where this road leads? It goes all the way up here, past Lompoc Surf, all the way down here, and follow the cuts in the terrain. They're really easy to spot. Like right here, they sectioned off a bit right there and right there. It's overgrown a little ways, but keep going down the road. Keep looking for there's another sectioned off piece. There's another cut in the terrain, and now the road goes up here. Follow the cuts in the terrain. There's a cut in the terrain right there. And that road, oh look, a wide radius right there, just like the other ones that we saw. It goes right up to where the OPF should be. That's where the shuttle was supposed to stay for the Air Force mission. It's supposed to stay right there. The wide radiuses on the turns are a really easy way to spot. Look at it. See, the road goes that way. And there's a big open patch of concrete. That's not normal. We don't do stuff like that. Interesting, right? There's also sectioned pieces off in the terrain over here, but there's other reasons why. The main reason why is because the external tank comes from this direction. It came from the heavy dock down here at Vandenberg. See? That's where the ET was supposed to go. Note that that's sectioned off as well. The reason why Enterprise came from over there is because Enterprise needed to be delivered on a plane. So let's take a look. Let's take a look up that road a little ways. Oh, look, another weird radius. And look, a shuttle transporter shaped tarmac. That's where the mate-demate device is supposed to go. It's where they could take the shuttle off of the 747. Right there. They're going to take it off the 747 and then follow the heavy infrastructure. Where does it go? Down here, over here. Oh, look. Another weird radius. Now let's go down here. Let's follow that road. Oh, look, there's that first radius that I showed you. See what I'm talking about? Really easy to figure out if you know what to look for. Now, don't get me wrong. This is nothing like, we're not snooping or anything. It's just cool looking for infrastructure. That's all. Right? So, in the context of this footage over here, that road is a very weird shape. You wouldn't need a 4-lane boulevard right here. So that suggests that SpaceX is going to move something big on that road. Something very big and very heavy. Now, I know what the easy answer is. The easy answer is, well, of course, EJ, they're going to move these up there. Those aren't that heavy compared to a Starship. Actually, they probably are. But this is only going to be a one-time thing. This you don't build up a big road like this to use it once for heavy traffic. That doesn't make any sense. This road is being built up and graded with a pretty large subgrade. You can tell it's a large subgrade because there's a dirt patch on the side, which means the road is elevated and crowned, and it has a big subgrade. Having a big subgrade is a really in road construction is a really good indicator of a road that's designed to carry stuff that's heavy. Highways, for instance, are engineered to a different standard than the road that your house goes by, right? Because it's not, the highways are designed to move heavy trucks around. Heavy trucks, big oversized loads. Bridges are the same way that are on highways. They're designed for heavy things because heavy things are going to be using the highway. Like, oh, I don't know, SpaceX moving a Falcon 9 around on a big trailer. That right there is highway grade. And you can tell because of the dirt patches on the side. It's definitely graded for something heavy. Meaning that Starships are probably going to move on that road if I had to guess. Also because of how the way it is. Yep. How long to the flight for Starship? Yes. Or Falcon Heavy Core? Well, the Falcon processing plant is not near that, T-Man, so it's got to be far away. Yeah, not far away, so there's going to be no Falcons moving around there. Yeah, and that's what those tower sections are for. So, now let's look around again. I think they're going to move stuff here. Why? Because there's a big concrete patch right there, and also, look at the radiuses on the roads. See that? Radius goes that way. It goes in both directions. Now look at the size of this particular road right there. That road is very strange. And don't get me wrong, guys. I'm not guessing with this. I'm showing people, but I've seen the plans. I know what the subgrade is. I know where heavy stuff is supposed to go. That's why I know this. All right. So if you're looking at it and be like, oh, he doesn't know that. Yeah, I've looked at the plans. That's how I know. But the subgrades are really easy to spot, right? One, they're in the plans. They're really easy to spot because I read the stupid plans. The plans are all public. You can go find them. But this road, once again, has a really hard subgrade, and it goes to this concrete patch where we already know heavy stuff is supposed to be loaded into whatever this building does. But look at that road. 3 lanes wide. 1 lane in, 2 lanes out, with radiuses on either end of the road. Bigger radius on this side. Meaning that stuff is more likely to come down this road and go out this way, or something big is coming in this way and putting stuff over here. See, the radius is big on this side as opposed to that, but both sides are radiused. What do I mean radius? I mean that the end of the road is a curve. It's not just it doesn't just come to a point like that. They also have the radiusing going on over there with that subgrade, meaning that Starships, if I had to guess, Starship parts will roll out of this factory. They'll roll into the high bay over here, and then they'll roll out and come down this way and on this road right there because of that big radius. This just in, 130,000 Teslas have been recalled due to the touchscreen overheating when recharging and causing it to go blank. Oh boy. It's for really fast alligators that don't want to slow down. Yeah, and alligators can move quickly, Jim. Absolutely. So it seems like we got backing right here. concrete mixers are getting ready to... Oh, nope, they're using slurry. So, what's going on here? You have 2 concrete trucks that are pouring this into a pumper. The pumper, it goes into this thing, and they're not so much pile driving things, but this has basically a corkscrew on the end, and it digs a hole. And as it digs a hole, they pump concrete into it, and the concrete displaces the water. It's called a concrete slurry. It's like when you make a slurry with cornstarch. It thickens up the terrain a little bit. Thick. No. That's so you can make the foundation. So you could basically dig a hole without digging a hole. Why don't they rotate the high bay in order to exit straight onto the main road? Well, Driados, yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. One thing I did notice is that this road that's over here, the road that's that way, was not a heavy subgrade. That had an 8-inch subgrade, which is 20 centimeter subgrade. That's pretty run-of-the-mill stuff. That's a regular road. Those roads over there, the ones that I pointed out with that weird 3-lane road and then the concrete strip, the weird 3-lane road has a 12-inch subgrade, which means heavy traffic. That means something heavy is going to be on it a lot. But it's interesting. I'm looking at the... Fellas, are all these piles here, or not the pilings, the rebar that's in the concrete slurry, are all those... It looks like there's more here than there is right there and right there. I wonder what that's about. I wonder if it's just an illusion because of the scrapes on the dirt and the tire tracks, making it look like these are not spaced evenly, but who knows. What's that? I know what the blue stands with the semicircles are used for. They're used to store Falcon cores without the transport rings installed. Got it. Yeah, okay, cool. Thanks, Thomas. Well, look, see? Why is there just 2 pilings right there? Interesting. See, there's clearly 4, and then there's 2 right there, and then there's 4, and then there's a huge space. Interesting. Okay, another important thing to spot is, once again, the plans called for a road here with a regular...
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Hey. Access, thank you. Heard the news. Congrats on getting the offer accepted. Real happy for you and Brimo. Thanks, man. Thank you. Wouldn't be here without you guys. Straight up. Wouldn't have done this without you. But we haven't closed on it, so let's not jinx it. Could that be where the door is? Yeah, see Tessa right there? Why would you put that in the middle of the door? Why you have pilings in the middle of the door? And also, the plans for this building, interestingly enough... Thomas, link the plans. I gotta show them. Thomas, can you get the plans for me? I forget where to find them. But, once again, I've seen everything down to the core samples. I can tell you what type of dirt that is, because weird. Please hold. Yep. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Guys, this is a brush pile right there. What they're doing is when they cleared the topsoil, it created a lot of brush. Florida has a lot of plant matter, like everywhere, because swamp. So that's the burning pit. The burning pit has gotten smaller and smaller over time. It used to be like all of this, and then this guy with the excavator and then there's a guy with a front end loader over there. They just move the dirt closer and closer as they burn more of it off. Yeah, see, there is pilings there, but these are pilings with a concrete slab attached to it on surface level. Meaning heavy building. Yeah, heavy building. Heavy building. Nice, Juicepot. There you go. The site isn't loading? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, see, they have all the pilings made, and then they're going to have slabs on top of the pilings, which is interesting. And then they're probably going to pave the whole thing with concrete. What are you doing in my swamp? Yeah, see, it's interesting because see these wood boxes? Those are concrete forms. So you pour the concrete in, it sets in the forms, makes a block, and then you take the forms out when the concrete is cured. Yeah, interesting, Geeson, yeah. I need to look at the plans because I don't recall that building being in that direction. That building... Alright, so the way these pilings are going seem to make it look like the building is going this way. Right, like the door, the integration door is going to be over here where that concrete mixer is. See that? That seems to be what it suggests, but there's also... there's clearly a space right there. Yeah, I don't know what the frick this is. Like, huh. That doesn't necessarily match SpaceX's wide bay at Boca Chica, but Ian did say in the video that this could be an upgraded version. Maybe that's what he was referring to. Material loading door? Yeah, maybe. Hey, Ben, what's going on? Hey, Ben. Now, on top of all this heavy grading and all the subgrades and blah, blah, all this other stuff that I'm talking about, that road over there, look at that one. See that road that they're grading over there? That one's actually kind of interesting because that road has a regular road subgrade. It's not designed for heavy traffic, which is a little strange. That road goes north towards the VAB, which is weird. I'm not 100% sure why that's just a garden variety subgrade, but it is interesting because that starships need to go in that direction because that's the direction towards Complex 39, right, where 39A is. 3 days until the total 3 days until the total lunar eclipse. Cool. Did someone ever consider launching rockets from a very large drone ship? SpaceX did, Toto. They bought 2 oil rigs. You need... Okay. What plan am I looking for, Thomas? The engineering plans. From the list. Alright, let's see what we got here. Alright. Yep, see? There's that road. 34 feet. That's a very weird road size. Also note that there's just paint right here for the parking lot. It's not using medians like this parking lot over here. See how this has all the concrete and there's a concrete planter, like I guess in the center. See that? See the difference? Interesting. Gotta have handy capable. It's code. Also, it's not being a dick. Yeah, see? There's medians up here too. But see this 34 foot wide road. Very interesting. And see, there's that wide radius that I was telling you about. Yeah, see? Radius 60 foot. Radius 40 foot right there. Interesting. This is Roberts Road, Lost Thorn? What do you guys think? You think these radius right here, think those are 60? Because they're a wide radius, it's definitely unconventional. You've driven there. I don't know how. The roads that I was just showing haven't existed for... Okay. How's the radius one side 60 and the other one 40? That's 60 feet per 100. It uses degrees. 60 feet per 100. Similar to railroads online. That's how roads are engineered. Yeah. Roberts Road. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Look at the radius right here for incoming Falcon 9. See that? That's the bay, existing hangar X. See? That's where that Falcon Heavy core is parked. You see how the radius is huge over here compared to that? It's a really easy way to spot it. They have a wide radius here, so something big is going to come in here, and that 34-foot wide road here with the painted on parking spaces is designed for something heavy. And that road goes pretty much all the way to the top. But see how there's medians up here? Something big is coming in here. Hello? What's up, baby?
I want cheese and crackers, but somebody ate all the crackers.
Okay.
And now I can't have cheese and crackers.
What do you want?
I want you to drive to the grocery store and get me crackers.
Good. Well, at least we have consolidated that conversation down. Do we have any digestives?
Yeah, but it's not the same.
Just DoorDash it.
I know, but we need to save money. I'm so sleepy, Chad. I tried to sleep, it didn't work. It's okay, you don't have to. It's a lot to ask.
Can I meet you in the middle and do it after Space News?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Compromise.
When is after space?
An hour? Probably an hour and a half, somewhere in there.
I can deal with this. Belksy, you realize EJ's working right now in front of 500 people? You realize that Brimo got 4 hours of sleep last night and then dealt with all the mortgage people all day?
See, Balk, remember when I said at the beginning of this whole thing, where, what do you want? Consolidated it down? Yeah, that part. Yeah, see, that's what you just did was what I was trying to avoid.
Do you know how many phone calls I made to how many different people?
Swift Tranquility Base here.
Do you know the pain? Oh, it's Master. S-Master just gave us $25, so I think I'm legally obligated to DoorDash crackers now. I think that might be a requirement.
So Larry, I already have chocolate. I have biscuits. My favorite McVitie's biscuits. She eats them. She eats my Bickies, man. My lawyer says you have to.
I mean, if I'm required to, then not much I can do.
When will you learn? When will you learn? You have good taste. I can't have, when the U.S. and Great Britain, we had that whole thing like 250 years ago. You remember that thing? We threw the tea in the harbor. We don't need to throw the biscuits in the harbor. We can keep those. They never said anything about biscuits. They did throw the tea in the harbor because that's where tea belongs, all right?
All right, well, I guess I'm going to DoorDash crackers, so...
Yes. See, you guys with your weird plant water. See, we do bean water over here, not plant water, okay? Differences.
Cantab, I am operating on 4 hours of sleep. I do not need to drive a darn place. I'm going to DoorDash crackers, okay?
S-Master said you're legally obliged to.
He did. I love you, and I love chat, and I appreciate S-Master. I know, right? You never thought I'd say that.
The South says otherwise. Yeah. See, they decided to do that whole thing too, like 150 years ago. And look, they lost. See what I'm talking about? Bean water reigns supreme.
I'm going to go acquire crackers.
Can you get me
milk?
No. I just goldfish. Just need some cheddar goldfish. They have to be cheddar.
Okay.
Like in the carton thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll see what I can do.
High five. We found a way to fix it.
We did.
Okay, cool.
Thank you for your donation of crackers, S-Master. We have new, S-Master. I need to talk to you, but not right now. Just don't let me forget.
I'm offensive and I take that Southern. What? Wait, that came out wrong. Hit me up, dog. What are you talking about? We won. We got rid of all the draws and kept the intelligent types. Oh yeah. Laughs in airplane. Yeah, man, it's easy. It's about compromise. It's about compromise. You gotta barter. It's ongoing negotiations, and you just gotta figure out the right things to say. It's like wheeling and dealing. Southern sweet tea is better than bean water. False. History is written by the victors. Yeah, but the South builds rockets. Yeah, no, so you know why? You know why that's a thing, right? One, orbital mechanics. So broken clock is right twice a day. Two, they were gonna build rockets up here, but somebody ended up getting rid of the guy that wanted to build rockets up here and replacing him with somebody down there. Remember that part? Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, you remember that part? We were going to do it up here, but no. No, you wanted to be different. You wanted to be Quaid! Anyway, moving on. Okay, let's see what else we got. Where's the... that's drainage right there. We don't want that. Paving, grading, and drainage. Yes. Oh, my latitude! Oh dear. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, see, here's the parts about subgrades. See, there's the subgrade, then there's the grade, and then there's the asphalt on top of it. Or no. Yeah, no, that's okay. So that's for the concrete sidewalks there. This one is for the trench backfill. This isn't exactly the same thing. That's for sidewalk grading. Hang on, we gotta keep going. Yeah, Ben, I agree. Should be a good time. Yeah. See, this one. I gotta find the thing for that. But anyway, let's get back over here. Is it weird that I'd like to build a house that's modeled after the VAB, a bit smaller, of course? Why? Why a bit smaller? I'm not questioning why you want to build something like the VAB. No, you should absolutely do that. But why? Yeah, see, that road right there has a regular subgrade. I think there's going to move heavy stuff this way and down that road, but that's just me. I'm trying to look for where the... Here, let's... Additional material plans, pending application, main cover letters, containing internal correspondence, CSR permitting plans. Here we go. Let's go down here. Let's try this. Plans. Is that the same thing? Yeah. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, Tessa, I know what you mean. But see the differences in the parking? See the differences in the parking lot? Something big is going to be stored here. Or something big is going to be needed to, like, turn around or something. There's a reason why that parking lot is built this way. But see, I really wish we could find the plans for this part over here. You used to make CAD drawings like that. You still do, but you used to. Yeah. Okay. Scroll down. More should be in there. That was for grading and subgrading, Thomas. But, yeah, we're going to have to... I'm running out of time. I wanted to keep this Space News relatively brief. Those were civil plans, yeah? TH? Yeah, Denver. We're looking at plans for SpaceX's factory site down the Cape. This is what it looks like from the air. NASA Spaceflight does some air videos around the air. Well, you can get the plans. Just get Zero Cool to hit the Gibson. Just watch for the plague. Haha. Also, check the radiuses right there on the turning basin. The radiuses, man. What do they mean? You get what we're looking for, Thomas? Let me see. My summer pudding. All right, let's take a look. All right, that's drainage. Temporary fill area.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Desecrate. My NASA pudding. That's the retention pond. Actually, that's a detention pond, not retention. Yeah, there's the parking lot for that. For the factory right there. Yeah, see? Proposed building. Here we go. 20,000 square foot. See that one right there? This is a proposed building with an internal structure. Or it could be an external structure. I don't know. That's basically the wide bay. This could be internal structure. See how there's two rectangles? Now, I want to see how that correlates to what we saw over here. Okay. Could a crawler go to Roberts Road? No. Okay, that's in the right position, and the pilings are in the right spot. So, let's go over. Obviously they are. So we're looking at this side of the building, and there's supposed to be a parking lot right here. See that? Once again, we have wide radii right here, but I think those are 40. I think those are 40 radii, and that one is 60. See this one over my head? That's a bigger radius, which is interesting. Interesting. But also another thing to note is that there's medians here. See the planters and stuff? They do this for drainage. That's why they put these things in the middle of parking lots. The trees absorb all the water, so the water doesn't pool because the roots absorb it. So you have certain spots like drains where you permeate through the asphalt and the water goes into the drains, and the drains will either put it in a ditch right here. There's a discharge pipe right over there, or the trees will just absorb all of it. Yep. Oh, up here tells the radii. Oh no, that's the other side. Yeah, see, that's this building right here. So it's okay. So there's this right here. And what is that roughly aligned with? It's aligned with more or less the end of that parking lot. Okay, so let's go back and look over here. Yep. The end of the parking lot. There it is. Right there. Right there. Yep. So that's the south wall of the wide bay. That's right here. That building in this blueprint is the exact same size as SpaceX's wide bay at Boca Chica. SpaceX's wide bay is the one that they're just building right now that they put SN16 in. That one is 20,000 square feet. But it's interesting because there's another one up there. They're building 2 of them. But another interesting thing to understand here is that there's no roads going to this. The only roads that are going to this are right here and right here. Now, this particular engineering drawing is paving, grading, and drainage. It's important to note that this is graded. That's reverse crowned right there, and then there's a sewer pipe that's going to lead into this wet detention pond right here. That's already existing, right there. Which is interesting because there's grass. That means this is grass. See the different shape. That means it could be grass, but it also could be concrete, I suppose. Let's see. Let's take a look. See this? See the black and white stripe? That's a pipe for drainage. It's a 0.8% grade right there. 1.7% grade. I don't think that that's concrete. See the legend, Denver? Do we have, yeah, so there's a storm pipe. Proposed concrete, proposed landscaping. No, it is concrete. But the concrete is crowned for drainage. It's not crowned. Crowned is up, not down, right? Jake break. So that's all concrete in here. So this is going to look like Boca Chica's. That tells me that the doors, the entrances for these bays are going to be right here. But yeah, it's sloped to drain. The storm drain. Yeah, exactly. It's sloped on a, what is this? A 1.7% grade. Wow, that's steep. But water in Florida that comes from the sky do be like that. Am I looking at that right, Denver? That's what that means. A 1.7% grade down to the drain. The drain is at the low point. Yeah. So 0.8% grade means 1 foot per every 100. So 1% grade is 1 foot for every 100 feet, or 1 meter per every 100 meters, because it's percentage. That is 0.8% of 1 meter per every 100. So that's actually pretty. It's not steep, but you'll be able to see this. It won't look flat, that's for sure. So this is the storm drain. This is, you know, in case copious amounts of water falls from the sky, which it does in Florida, it'll just go right into the detention pond. But that is all concrete up in there. It's all concrete. Because, let's look over at the legend. Yep, see? Proposed concrete, pavement, or landscaping. See, that's interesting. It's fine, but of course it'll vary because it's a rectangle. Yep. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Because, yeah, if you try to plop a rectangle over a grade, it's... Yeah. I got you. So, now the question, this begs the question. Give me 1 second. See, scroll back down. There was a side view of the grade. Oh. No, this is these are your building standards here for like sidewalks. This is the sidewalk profile, I think. this is just kind of like the diagrams for how you should go about pouring the concrete for sidewalks and how like handy capable areas for the curbs go. Curb transitions is what they're called. That's what they're called. Sorry. I mean, the thing about the blueprints, guys, there's nothing to really decode here. Like, you don't need to decode stuff with the blueprints. That's what makes this really easy. And once again, I'm looking at SpaceX's proposal for building the Starship factory. That's what this is. There's nothing. Everything is supposed to. It's not supposed to be like encrypted. That's not the right word. It's supposed to be damn straightforward. Just look for a label. See how it says varies right there? Your grade varies. Yeah, see. 1.25% grade. So, Roberts Road on-site west cross section. There you go. Yeah, see? They put the roads on a very slight grade. It's called crowning, so water will roll off to the side into the detention pond. Most roads are made like this. You don't want puddles in the middle of the road because hydroplaning. This shows how they're going to build. This shows how they're going to pour the concrete up to the building next to the asphalt right here. Roberts Road on-site cross-section, not to scale. Sometimes you have to decode if they're crappy plans. Yeah, true that. 380 foot concrete. And then 30 feet of asphalt. And that's the proposed building. Denver, am I looking at this right? To say that is a not necessarily to scale cross section of basically from here to here. 380 feet to a 30-foot road and then the detention pond. This whole thing, that whole concrete slab is slightly tilted. On top of the crowning, or the, it's not crowning. I don't know what it's called. The low point for the drain right there. It said not to scale, but it did give us a length indicator. Plus or minus 380 feet, plus or minus 30. And then here's 75 to 30. That's the other side. And then there's the prop wet detention pond RROW, which means that's up here. See? RROW. That's this side. This is cool, man. I like looking at this stuff. I don't know if you guys tell me. Do you enjoy this? This is very interesting because it's telling. It'll show you exactly how SpaceX is going to put the Starship together down at the Cape. I'm looking for anything different than what they do at Boca Chica. And namely, the roads are very different because SpaceX just kind of built that out. Yeah, here, let's go back. This is all concrete. Damn. That's all concrete. What's the radii right here on this road? 667, 690. I can't, it doesn't say. These aren't the right plans for that. This is going to be all paved. All of it. All of this is going to be concrete. Yeah. Okay. This is going to be... Do we have like a zoomed out shot? So... There's the road right here. The proposed factory expansion could be right there. Right? And then the two bays, there's one there, and then there's going to be another one right here where they're... There's going to be another one right there where they're building that. Am I looking at that right? Oh no, there's the other one right there. Okay, that's going to be before the extension road. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be, ding, ding, ding. You know why there's two rows? Right here, there's two rows of tower segments. Why they didn't just keep going with it? Because there's going to be another high bay right there. There's going to be two of them. And they're both going to be facing this way. And everything in between is going to be concrete. All the way up to the big factory right here. Crazy, dude. Typically, they show from building to lot line in some form. Plumbing engineer
Discovery, go at throttle.
takes care of the building footprint plus 5 feet. Hey, Vulcan, 29-month resub. Yeah. See, this is going to happen basically like right here. Where those tents are is going to be where another high bay is going to end up. The concrete in between will be ring staging like Boca. Bingo. Exactly, Phil. Yeah, pretty much. Yep, I think we got that sufficiently figured out. All concrete up in here. How much concrete you want? Yes. Dude, this factory... So, okay. Call me stupid, alright? I mean, you guys do anyway, but... Something interesting that I'm noting here. This factory is 300,000 square feet. That's the future proposed building. The original... The factory thing is... You're stupid. Thank you. 320,000 square feet, and the proposed future extension is 102,000 square feet, in case they need it. Everything is paved in this entire block, all the way up to where the high bays are, and right here is where they're making the truss segments. That's where those things are, right? This factory is going to employ as many people as Boca Chica, easily. Where are all these people going to park? Yeah, no, Vulcan, we know that. We know that. That is not enough of a parking lot for like 1,000 people that are going to be working in this freaking thing. They swim, yeah. Yeah, they park there. They park with the Gators. Underground parking bay in Florida. Okay. I'm stupid, Tessa? Okay. The other side of Hangar X, the parking lot was already built. Yeah, that's over here. This isn't the plans for that, Vulcan. We're looking at the west side of Roberts Road. This side over here. The only place they have a proposed parking lot built is over here. There's no way that parking lot is going to be large enough to employ everybody. If we're getting an influx of people like we see at Boca Chica, oh my goodness. You did see the cap, right? Oh, of course I did, Tessa, but I'm not going to stop it. I'm not going to hesitate at at an opportunity to call you dumb, obviously. You don't do it with me. Why should I do it with you? Interesting. The shuttle service, Toto? Yeah, possibly. Yeah. What is this? Oh, okay, cool.
I understand it's smaller than you wanted, but you've acquired goldfish. I only had $25, and I got cookies and gum and crackers too.
Okay. All right. All right. All right. Can we get the big goldfish cartons? No, we have the big goldfish cartons at home. Goldfish cartons at home. Carton of OJ? No. Crackers. See, I don't think you guys have that over... I don't think you guys have goldfish over there. You might. I don't know. And if you don't, be happy that you don't. There is an addictive substance in these things. But see? Yeah. Crackers.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Maggie, 65-monther. See these things? Addicting. Mm-hmm. Cheese. Or not, what am I looking at here? Oh. This is how your day went today? Watch like right in this area right here. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Wow. Cringe driving, indeed. That's Ernok driving the truck. So, a couple of things for the people that don't understand how highways work. And keep in mind, this is reversed if you are in a country where you drive on the opposite side of the road that we do. I don't care what you have to say. You could say that's better. I don't give a frick. Okay, so the lanes that are closest, or the lanes that are furthest away from the median, from the center of the road, lanes that are furthest away, those are traffic lanes. You do not pass in the right lanes. And if you're in the other Commonwealth places, you don't pass in the left lanes. Bad idea. Don't do that. The lane that's closest to the center on either side of the highway, that is what's called a passing lane. Guess what they do in that lane? Pass people. I know. It's funny concept. If you're not passing anybody, you don't go into the left lane. Don't just stay in the left lane. That's what the middle lane is for. The traffic lanes. Only get into the left lane. Left lane should always stay open unless you're passing somebody. I know. Where I'm from, people don't understand that, but it is what it is. So, in Ernok's video there, what laws were being violated? So you passed on the right in the traffic lane. All right, you didn't signal, not that that really matters. Also, you're screwing around with vehicles that are way heavier than the one that you're driving. That's not necessarily a rule of the road, but that is a law of physics. Was Ernok passing, though? No. Yeah, don't pass on the right. Do you know why? Because people aren't expecting you to pass on the right. And if you pass on the right, that person is not smart. What, are you going to risk it? You're going to risk it? What if the car hooked onto the back of the truck? Then the car goes like this, and then the car gets run over. Yeah, you think that's what happens. Look at cars that it happens to. The truck eventually will just, the truck has too much momentum, it'll just go over the car. Yeah, Tessa, yeah, interesting. This falls into the category of stuff they don't teach anymore in driving school. What? Blind spot is way bigger on that side. Yeah, that's right. In the U.S., you pass on the driver's side of the car. Well, actually, everywhere. You pass on the driver's side of the car. That statement works everywhere. pass on the side that the driver's on, so they can see you. Yeah, interesting concept, right? It's almost like they designed the roads like this for a reason. Interesting. It varies by state, Astro. What about the mailman? Some men just want to watch the world burn. Alright, so I think we sufficiently covered this. That's the start of the high bay right there. The factory's over there. We know about the grades and everything. Let's go on to the next bit. What's over here? Okay. It looks like a tweet from Nick here over at NASA Spaceflight, but it's hey, who wants to LS swap an LLV? It should fit, Vulcan. Yeah, it's just an S10. Yeah, I did, Crew. I know what you mean. They drive on the left and have left-hand drive cars. And how many people hear us are from the U.S. Virgin Islands watching this stream right now? Oh, wait. Like one? Maybe, probably nothing. Oh, yeah. No, thanks for that pro tip. Thank you. Adding a lot to the conversation, as per usual. Making a UI for my second job. Does it look familiar? Yeah. Also, here's a comparison of Rocket 4 that you'll appreciate. Oh, cool. It's almost as big as a GM63. Was there KSP earlier? Yes. I messed around with the shuttle, did some explanations, didn't do much on the MLV. It was only at the very end. Okay, so that isn't loading, so I'm just going to go on to the next news. So this is news from a couple of days ago. Tim Ellis is the CEO of Relativity, and he was showing off turbopumps and turbine housings, ramping up printed Aeon R hardware, and it's huge versus the Aeon 1. Fourth Aeon R full-scale thrust chamber printed below, building to 52 full engines per year production by next year. That's the combustion chamber. It's all 3D printed. This is the Terran 1 motor, and that's Terran R, if I'm looking at this right. 3D prints. Also, see, there are certain aerospace companies that we really enjoy. Now, don't get me wrong. We enjoy all of them. But, you know, it's pretty good. It very much does, Core. Yeah. I don't know that, Enco. Is it an African or European banana? Oh, I have no idea. Oh, look at that. Hold on a second. Oh. Oh. That is metal 3D printed, dude. Wow. That's a big turbo pump. Huh? That's a big turbo pump. Do we know any specifics about LC-49 at this point? I heard a bit about it, but not many details. It was designed for the XS-1, and it doesn't have a customer as far as I know, Lazarus. If I remember, well, now that I'm thinking about it, if I'm remembering correctly, somebody's going to use it, but I don't know who it was. Look at the small Aeon 1 engine, yeah. That's a big turbo pump, dude. LC-49 is this potential Starship pad. Oh, yeah, okay, I'm getting 48 and 49 confused. Once again, please give me a break today, fellas. Brain is a little bit scrambled because I made more than a $500 million purchase yesterday, and my brain is a little scatterbrained today. Yeah. House is expensive. Anyway, moving on. You made a what? $500 million. Oh, more than $500,000. $500 million? Yeah, I bought Twitter. Wait. No. No. Not a billion, man. We fed you too. I told you guys took good care of me. No, anyway. Yeah, like I said, scatterbrain today. Please, 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 please bear with me. So yeah, 48 is the XS1. 49 is SpaceX's. That's the one that I... well, those turbo pumps are really sweet. That's really cool, by the way. Okay, let's load up Earth again. So LC-49, I haven't heard much other than its proposed space. There really hasn't been much update. Yeah, caveman, pretty much. If you bought Twitter, can you ban Eric Berger? No. Fanta, I've never said Eric couldn't say what he says. I just think what he says is wrong. I'm not going to... I don't think he should be allowed to say it. I never said he shouldn't. It's just I'm not going to point it out when it's incorrect. I'm not going to not point it out when it's incorrect. So 49 is the proposed territory up here. The area for 49 is pretty much this area right here. This is not exact. That's not the exact area, but bear with me. Yeah, 48 is down here. That one's 48 right there. They built out the infrastructure and then probably didn't use it because Boeing canceled the program for the contract that they got, which is hilariously stupid. Here you go. Yeah, there it is. Notional future, notional horizontal launch area. Oh, we're south of the railroad tracks here. So it's more down here, huh? Yeah. I haven't heard anything, but I'll give you a quick update to what I think regarding 49. It's south of the spur. Yeah, I got you. That's the spur that they use to bring in fuel, right, Loopy? Yeah, there it is. See? And then down here, there's the little... And then nobody did an EIR. Actually, that railroad line is a pretty damn good example of why you should do EIRs. They did not do EIRs in the 60s, and they just said, screw it, build a railroad line there. And because they didn't do the right amount of environmental impact reporting, when a hurricane came through, it made that railroad track disappear. Yeah, funny story. Yeah, that's why you do those. Yeah, you should do the environmental impact. There's a really, 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 really good reason why. Yeah, they used to have a railroad line that serviced 39A and 39B for fuel, for fueling. You can see that the railroad tracks go through the bay right there. These tracks actually connect to nothing. Yeah, funny story. Yeah, interesting, right? Yeah, see, they go in here, the train goes down here and then backs up, and then goes out here and then backs up again. Or they go backwards down the line. You do it either way. But yeah, I digress. So, that's the area that we're talking about here. Personally, okay. Yeah, I haven't heard much. We know that SpaceX is interested. I haven't heard really much about it in that regard, though. I think if SpaceX tries to limit access to the National Seesaw based on usage of LC-39, they're going to get their teeth kicked in, like when NASA tried to limit it in the early 80s over the shuttle. Loopy, that is something. So I have a theory on this, to be honest with you. I have a theory here. And you tell me if it's thin. I've said it before, but while we're here, I'll say it. There's not much more space news. We blazed through a good amount of it. I'll save the best stuff for last. That's a couple of these tweets here. So that's notional LC-49. Personally, if LC-49 is going right here, well, I think they should just build another one of these. Seriously. Build another BDA right here. Build another blast detonation area. And extend the crawler way. Now, I know that sounds a little bit strange, but you got to remember, LC-49 is part of KSC, and NASA really wants to make everything a multi-user spaceport. If you think about it, it makes the most sense. Why? Remember, just a second ago, we were talking about grades, subgrades, heavy infrastructure. Well, the crawler way is about as heavy as it gets for moving stuff around. And the road on the side is also built with a big subgrade. It's an industrial road. The reason why we know it's an industrial road is because, well, they've moved big, heavy stuff down this thing many times over to the pad during the shuttle era, and SpaceX moves Falcon 9s down this pad, and it's clearly not an issue. It was also built during the Apollo program, so you know it's freaking over-engineered. There's the LC-39 gantry, by the way. The 39 gantry. Now, another thing, the power and infrastructure is already connected. They already built an extension out here during the Apollo era to allow for more pads. See the extension piece right there? That's what they graded it and they built it to be extended. Now, okay, so why does that make a difference? Well, if we look at where the notional area is for 39, well, what's the closest heavy infrastructure that you'd need for, like, launching rockets, for instance? Go over here, 2.7 miles to the crawler way. That's pretty nice. All right, where's the closest other power infrastructure? 3.43 miles. See what I'm talking about? That's an extra, like, 3/4 of a mile of extra infrastructure that you have to lay. And then even then, these roads probably need to be upgraded for anything heavy. Kennedy Parkway is built for heavy infrastructure, but not any of the other roads. So you're gonna drive something all the way up here and take a right, where you could just drive this way and go over there. I honestly think that, and I can't prove this, LC-49 is just very notional, but I think they should extend Complex 39, and 49 should be 39C. Honest. Now, why? Okay, so what do you mean? So, okay, if SpaceX builds out pads over here, maybe they stop using 39A, which opens another user and thus opens the VAB for a clean pad design. If they have another clean pad up here that's designed for Starship, maybe Starship uses the VAB. Unlikely as that is. It's unlikely. But it could. My point is that if you extend the infrastructure this way and then build another blast detonation area out here and literally make a carbon copy of this and just move it over here, you're opening yourself up to long-term flexibility. There's a bunch of different things that you could do by having another one of these pads up there. And also, seriously, you have heavy power, industrial power, and industrial infrastructure in the form of roads and plumbing all the way out here. You have it there already. It's the closest thing. So why wouldn't you do that? Why don't they just call it 39C? Because if you look at these roads, and Loopy, you've been on these roads. You look at these roads out here. These roads are not entirely designed for heavy infrastructure. That road isn't even graded. That's once again, going back to it, that's an 8-inch subgrade. It's just a road for light traffic. And what are you going to do? Build out that road? No way. That road with the train tracks right there? Yeah, I doubt that. I doubt that very much. You'd need to ground up all this stuff, and you'd need to put 3.5 miles instead of 2.5. And that opens you up for people using the VAB. SpaceX could use the VAB and they could roll stuff out to the pad. I haven't heard anything about 49, but I honestly think that if you want to save the most amount of money and you want to open up the most flexibility for Complex 39, which is what NASA wants to do, extending the crawler way is the right move. Now, keep in mind, that's just me. That's what I think they should do. That's probably not what they'll do. They'll probably spend more money building out this heavy road out here when you could have just extended the crawler way. Okay, but what about this? And Loopy, the reason why you brought up Playa Linda Beach is because I'm taking that into account. Playa Linda Beach, they wouldn't have to close this road because that road doesn't connect to it. If you extended the crawler way and built the pad right here where you want it to be built, it doesn't matter. You could keep Playa Linda open. I'm not sure necessarily about it being that close to Starship when it goes off, especially if it's coming back down and landing, but also, yeah. I mean, Thomas, the notional plans was to where this pad is. Okay, what was it? So you had A, B, and C, and then D was supposed to be right here, and then the crawlerway was supposed to fork 3 ways right here. So something like this was supposed to go right here, and there was supposed to be one here. Wait, what's this? Yeah, see? It's supposed to look something like that. That's why the firing room has, the firing room has four bays in it right there. The FRR, there's four firing rooms because there were supposed to be 4 or 5 pads. And it's no coincidence that 39C in these original plans are exactly where NASA wants 49. It's the same spot. See? It's the same spot. Extra slick 41? Oh, yeah. There was supposed to be FAD 40, 41, and 42. And then we decided we didn't want to be cool. Yeah. Where was pad 42 supposed to be? Right there. It was supposed to be right here, and they were gonna... It looks like they were gonna branch off and go over here, and then it was supposed to be right there. It looks like they started dredging out for it at one point, because that's definitely man-made. And that's pretty much on the exact line where that pad was supposed to be. What would Starship use the VAB for? Can't it just use the tower for stacking? That's a good question, Les, and that's usually the question I get after I tell people what I think is going to happen. Now, you're going to be launching a lot. A lot. You're going to be launching a lot. You're going to be catching a lot of boosters. Now, in the same way that they built 2 pads at 39, and they were originally supposed to build 4, in that same exact way, you know, airports have multiple runways, right? Now, if you have one catching pad, one integration pad, maybe your pad needs maintenance. There's literally a building that's designed to eat launch pads not that far from where SpaceX wants to build that stuff. So why not make the chopsticks and the orbital launch pad into a mobile launcher? You wouldn't necessarily use the VAB to put a Starship together, but you could use the VAB. You could use it to repair your launch pad. Oh, I don't know, maybe after a booster slams into it because you didn't catch it right. Just food for thought. Runways undergo maintenance all the time, but I mean, moving a runway is a little bit difficult. But I booked my flight to TwitchCon for this fall. What's your plan for TwitchCon? Ben, I am not sure I'm going to be able to do it. I had an offer accepted on a house that I want. So I'm going to be in the poorhouse for the next year or so. Yeah. Did you buy a house in Mass or in Florida? It's in Massachusetts, Loopy. But it's got my own little mini VAB inside of it. Seriously. Gervenzio. It's got a 1,000 square foot garage. 1,000 square foot garage, 15-foot high ceilings, insulated, heated, and plumbed. With power. 50 amp service. You could fit 2 4-post lifts inside of it, dude. Brimo posted that one on Twitter, right? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to go look. Loopy, these last couple of days have been a very big blur. Oh, no, not that one. No, not the one that's in Natick. No, I wish. No, not this one. That would be sweet. This one showed up. This is not far from where I used to work at Best Buy. It's actually super close. Whoever this guy is, literally built a fortress. Dude, you guys take care of me. You don't like it's 1.4 million. For that box. Yeah, that's not happening. Yeah, I wish. I freaking wish, dude. So the left side here, so the front is actually a house. That's the house, and then from like here backwards, the whole back of the building is shop, which is just. So the house with the garage that I bought, honestly, is, see this square right here? See that? See the slab? This slab. With the slab with the 2 cars on it. The ceilings are about the same height. It's about a quarter of this garage. The one that I scored. And I'll show you pictures when the time is right. Like I said, we haven't closed on it, but the offer was accepted, which is usually pretty good. Yeah, Hammer. Yeah. I bought a garage with a house attached to it. Yeah. Is this the garage? Man, how'd you know? No, yeah. It's big though. Congratulations, welcome to the money pit. Yeah, yep. So, like I said, I could fit 2 4-post lifts. It's about this right here. I said about 1,000 square feet. It might not be 1,000. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's. It's about I'd say 40 feet for the garage area. 40 feet by 30 feet. 40 by 30 is 1,200. Oh my God, it is 1,000 square feet. Nice. That's 92 square meters for the Europeans. Yeah. 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 Yeah, and it's attached to the side of the house, which is kind of like the one that yeah, kind of like that one. Yeah. And then it has an office attached to it. Yeah. An office attached to it. That is in the garage. It's an office in the garage. Oi! I'm not European, mate. Can we come over? Well, we bought. And the house is really nice, too. The house is 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,100 square feet. And the garage is, like, attached to it. It's the side. The guy ran his business out of it. That's the thing. Like, once again, and I haven't closed it. I don't want to talk about it too much, but... so it's a steel building, like this. I mean, this is cinder blocks with a steel ceiling, but it's the corrugated steel on the sides, but it's attached to the side of the house. 1,000 square feet, ain't that like 300 meter? No, volume doesn't. No, volume, surface area, distances. Is it insulated? Yes, it is. It's insulated, Jam. There's 50 amp service in the garage, which is industrial equipment. Not a lot of industrial equipment all at once, but industrial equipment nonetheless. So like a welder, you can run a welder off. Well, it depends on the amperage for the welder, but you should be able to weld. You should be able to weld out there. It's plumbed. It's got a sink. Will you move all your cars there to my house with the garage that can fit 4 cars, midget? I would think that that's a safe bet. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a safe thing to say. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, where we're at with 49 is I think they're just going to extend the crawlerway. And then, you know, SpaceX could use the VAB to maintain orbital launch pads and chopsticks. It could happen. And before, like, once again, if you're not sold on that idea, I don't blame you. But consider this. 39A was designed to launch once a month. That's why there's 4 high bays and 4 firing rooms, and they originally intended for 4 pads. They were going to launch 12 times to the moon a year. That's really where Apollo wanted to go. Mass production of rockets. That's why they built 3 mobile launchers, 2 crawler transporters, 4 high bays, 2 pads, 4 firing rooms. So, if used correctly, that hurt a little bit because I'm a big shuttle fan. If used correctly, 39A could launch all the time. You could literally launch once a week. Yeah, that's pretty much in line with what Starship wants to do, at least in the notional period, right? Or, no, not notional. I read notional because it's on the stupid screen because I have this up. In a shortened time period, like if you want to do it quick, you use infrastructure that already works, which is what SpaceX does. How far out of town did you have to go for it? Mile, I'm out in the sticks. We're out past 495. I won't be more descriptive than that. Roughly 100 cubic meter, or not cubic meters, 100 square meters. The area's nice, Cantab. Yeah. I don't know the area too well, but like I said, guys, I'm trying to be indescript with this, you know, because we don't have the house. I don't want to jinx anything. It gets me out of the city. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I want your exact address along with a schedule of when you wake up and go to bed. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. North End. Yeah. North End Gaming. Yeah. So amazing to be able to park in the garage in the winter. Yeah. Yeah. Have you mentioned about the UK's first spaceport launch with Virgin Orbit? I haven't mentioned that specifically, but we talked about Shetland, drummer. They're gonna build a big launch site in Shetland, which is pretty sweet, dude. But yeah, anyway, the LC-49 being extended off of 39 is kind of what EJ wants. I don't think they'll necessarily do that. Why is it a trapezoid? I don't think that's how that's gonna work, but I could be wrong. If you get the house, will we get garage vids? Manatee, that's the expectation. Like I said, this is a garage with a house attached to it. The garage is, well, if we're 30 by 40, that's 1,200 square feet, and the house is 1,100 square feet. Yeah, it's a house with a garage attached to it. Or a garage with a house attached to it. Yeah. 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 So, don't get me wrong. The house is really nice. It's move-in ready. The previous owners put a lot of equity into it. Well, we don't own the house yet. The current owners put a lot of equity into it. So it's not like we just bought like a man cave. All right. The house is mint. It's pretty sweet. 3-bedroom, 2-bath. It's an older house. It's built in the 60s. But we're trying to score this house with the expectation that it's going to put equity into the stream. So, Manatee, I'm talking about working on the cars in the morning, right? And then starting at noontime and streaming a game, right? And then Space News, and then another game after that. 12 hour, no problem. You telling me... You know, like, oh, how are you going to do 12 hours straight? Okay, first of all, I already did. I already do, for the most part. Second of all, having the shop there literally means that we could, hey, guys, you want to play Kerbal today, or do you want to work on cars? We could just, like, I could switch it. Working on the cars in the garage, if I stream in the garage, would be as easy as changing the game directory. Yeah, I agree, Tessa. Yep. It has 50 amp in the garage. So how badly is Brimo's commute going to suck? That's one of the cons that we ended up doing. We're about 45 minutes to an hour out of the city. Look, the only reason why, and I made sure that Brimo was cool with it, despite the awesome garage. We made sure she was good with it. And the reason why we have this is because it's everything Brimo wants from a house, and it's everything that EJ wants from a garage. Let me put it to you like that. Brimo does work remote, Loopy, but her job is like on the fence about whether they're going to be hybrid, remote, or back to full time. So yeah, she's remote right now. She's been remote since April of 2020, just like most other tech jobs, you know. I mean, they're trying to bring the commuter rail out past Worcester. We're not past Worcester, Tan, but yeah, I got you. Car mechanic sim. We could literally, yeah, working on the cars, Pants, it could be as easy as just playing car mechanic simulator. Yeah. Just change the game directory and you're good to go. And no need to clean up all the stuff all over your truck. That's right, drummer. All fun and games until Space News goes 3 hours too long. Well, that's why it would be at the tail end, but... Boston has decent transit if she wanted to not drive. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, she could take the train into the city. Sure. Yeah, take the commuter rail. I'm not going to say which one, but yeah, it's close. The commuter rail's, I don't know, mile from the house. Something like that. So when are you getting a racetrack? Geez, and the lot is not that big, unfortunately. It's not that big. It's about an acre. But yeah, we're trying to close on this house. We're trying to close on this house because, yeah, I want to have a streaming complex. And it's not just a workshop for working on cars. I can bring the 3D printing back and literally say, oh, look at the camera. Look at what I'm 3D printing. We could build, I mean, we could build rockets in there if we really want to. There's no place to really fly them. I'm sure we could find something. After the racetrack, EJ needs a railroad, phase 3. Yeah. Resin is the way to go. Man, Doom, I straight up have enough room for like an aluminum printer. Like what Relativity has. We could, if I could afford it, we could use an aluminum sinterer. Train sets, lot cars. Yeah, in Tesla, the thing has the garage has an office attached to it. Stream Complex 1. Bingo. Yeah. So if we score this house, once again, it's going to be a while before lifts and all that other stuff get in there. But, hey, I have jack stands. We can make it work. If only I didn't live next to the coast. Yeah, Doom, I know what you mean. Yeah, Midget, we were talking about these ideas a little while back. We were talking about the ideas, like how we'd want, like I could just pull the green screen back and the cars could be right there. Dude, there's a model train from the kitchen to the office to deliver snacks. Yeah, maybe. Getting fixed rate? We locked in a fixed rate, yeah. Locked in a fixed rate. I got a mortgage guy. Yeah. You know what's... Okay. I'll get back to space news here. There's two other big things that I really want to share with you. One thing I didn't know about buying houses, everything is up for grabs. Everything. It's contractual, so it's really what you want. It's like everything is a la carte. You could write in the in the offer to like say, oh, I want your couch. I want your couch. If you increase the price by this amount, will you include the couch? Or, oh, I want you to leave bunk beds there because I want more room for activities. And you could bump your offer up with a clause that says you got to keep the bunk beds there when the other person moves out. Everything is for sale. I didn't realize that. I think that's actually kind of cool. That's pretty neat. How much for the women? The little girl. Sell them to me. Sell me your children. Ha 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 ha. If you say no, Elwyn and I will come here for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day of the week. It's from Blues Brothers, guys. Come on. Yeah, Tessa, it's pretty interesting. So we negotiated for the washer and dryer. What, you don't want your own washer and dryer? Oh yeah, we negotiate for that. Yeah, and all the kitchen stuff. We get to keep all that. So remember how Blue isn't sure about the use of the Jacqueline vessel? Well, I've been thinking about the possibility of Blue getting the OG pads and doing this. Yeah? That's over Complex 1, 2, 3, and 4, though. And you'd have to move the lighthouse. Old washer dryer? Mint. Oh, it ain't old, Tessa. Like I said, this house... The owners right now bought this house in 2018. All right? They bought it from the original owner of the house who moved into it when it was new in the 60s. They probably put, I don't know, about 150 with the garage, 200 G's worth of equity into this house. It was an old house. And it looks like an old house from the outside. But if you go inside, it's brand new. Yeah. Because that was supposed to be the guy's forever house. But circumstances changed and they had to move out of state. So they wanted to get rid of the house. But they, like, yeah, they, I think they wanted to give it to somebody who would, you know, not, like, just be like, man, yeah, it's a house. They wanted to give it to somebody that would use the garage and stuff, I think. Hey, Era VR. Well, that's a tier 1 sub. Welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. Thank you. Couple moved to my village from Hong Kong and bought everything apart from the toothbrushes. Yeah, that's crazy. They're already talking about moving the lighthouse? It's funny, Vulcan, because they would be moving the lighthouse again. Is that a common thing with the laundry? Because I had to do that too. I assumed they came with the property. No, you have to, everything is negotiable. That's weird, man. Like when you buy a car, you don't negotiate for the tires. I mean, but I suppose you could if it's contractual. Why not, right? Like, did you explain to them what it is you do? Tessa, we ended up writing the owners a letter, and yeah, it worked. You're not supposed to really do that. Like, and it's not illegal or anything. Like, some states have laws against doing that. Massachusetts doesn't. It's not. It's okay. You can do that, right? And it's really up to the realtor representing the seller if they want to give it. You know, if they say, "Nah, I don't want that. Screw you," then whatever. But he did a home buyer love letter. It wasn't really a love letter, Jim. Brimo and I just wrote what our intentions are, straight up. You know, the guy's a plumber. Like I said, he has to move out of state. He built that garage to run his business out of. So I said in the letter, look, if you accept our offer, I'm going to run my small business out of there. And what's my small business? Well, I said in the letter, what did I say? I teach people I teach people on the internet how to work on cars. And I teach people the value of hard work, which I'm not lying. I didn't get into too much detail about the venue for doing it, but yeah, the letter, dude, maybe it worked. I don't know. Like, we sent out that letter and then they called us back like an hour later. I bet you can't get the garage to fit a T14 hyperdrive. Yeah, you're probably right. So I said, look, you built that garage with the expectation of running a business out of it. If you sell us this house, if you accept our offer, we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to put that garage to work because I know that's what you would do. So, washing machine and bathroom or utility. Utility, Pudway. It's a nice house, dude. And then two bath too. It's pretty sweet. So I didn't so much say, oh, please give me your house. I said, no, if you give it to me, I'm going to use it for the same exact purposes that you use it for. And I'm going to make sure that the house stays in as good a condition as you're leaving it with me, if not better. Like I stated my intentions, which none of that is bullcrap. I'm not lying about any of that. That's what I would do anyway, because this is a nice house. It's septic, Hammer, yeah. So, if I ever end up meeting the seller, which we might end up doing that. Well, there's a home we have to. I'm not doing early hours on Saturday because we have to go do a home inspection and stuff. I have to get the building inspector out. So we're gonna be down there. You know, I suppose we'll meet the sellers then. I guess, if they want to. If I meet them, I'll tell them what I do. Why not? You know, once again, the circumstances for them moving is unfortunate, right? Like they had to move out of state for a good reason. So, you know, the least I could do is say, hey, look, if you want to hold me to my word, if I stream from the garage, you will literally see the building that you built getting put to work. You can literally go in and check any time. Like, I wouldn't mind doing that. I would absolutely do it for the sellers because they accepted our offer. I don't know why. Are chains a thing in the U.S. house sales? Chains? What do you mean, Kentab? Speaking of house, I need you for a second. Yep. Yeah, exactly, Creeper. It's not bullcrap, dude. You know I take that stuff super seriously. And I think that has to do with why they accepted our offer. But once again, we haven't closed, so this is all a pipe dream until we get it on paper that it's ours, till we get the keys. That's the saying. Like, person A buys a house from B, who is buying from C. I don't know. Boss is calling you. Yeah, I know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, drummer. I don't know. Be sure the inspector checks the septic system. We actually pulled that already, Hammer Nails, because I know people. I pulled the septic inspection. It's called a Title V. Title V paper for septic inspection. The septic system was inspected pretty damn recently, actually. Yeah, last year, if I'm remembering right. And it passed. Everything passed. Are you buying your own domain to build a secret base? Louiso, I have my own VAB. Well, hopefully. I gotta stop thinking about that like that. It's not. It ain't ours till we get the keys. Oh, Cantab, I'm not sure if you can do that here, but oh, Ryan says you can. Yeah, I mean, there's people that know about realty way more than I do. More like a spaceplane hangar. Go help Bremo. Yeah. Okay. Here, look at this while I'm gone. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Here, just look at that while I'm gone. Yep. Internet speed is fine, Podweed. It's all taken care of. Oh, who didn't put the video on repeat? Oh, gosh. Dang it. Soda pop. Oh, boy, am I thirsty. Dang it. All right, anyway. So, this is the last thing one of the last things I wanted to show you guys for space news. Here. And muted? Oh, man. No, this video doesn't, at least I don't think it has sound. Let me, nope, no sound. I clicked watch again, but it didn't work. So this is Blue Origin. Blue Origin had a treasure trove of drops about their BE4 the other day, and they showed this one. They showed it gimbaling. Look at that. Oh. Chair stop the video? Yeah, chair's dick. Look at that. 8 degrees of gimbal on that sucker. That is a monster engine. Oh, that's so freaking cool. So, little interesting bit about the BE4. BE4 is oxygen-rich stage combustion cycle with methane. So they're using well, liquid natural gas and oxygen. I want to point out that this is methane, right? Look at how complete that combustion is. Now, what do you mean complete that combustion? How clear it is. See how clear everything is? The clearer the plume is, the more you can see the plume, the more complete combustion you're getting. You know why? Because the flames are a different color. If the flames are a different color, that means you're burning hotter. If you burn hotter, you're burning more. You're lean. You're running oxidizer rich. Because it's an oxygen rich stage combustion, you end up getting a really complete burn, and oxygen comes out. You don't get much combustion byproduct, which is actually really cool. Look at, you can see right through that. That's a methane flame.
Discovery, go at
Hokey gifted a sub to Subakix. Thank you. Big news. Researchers grew plants in lunar soil for the first time. Whoa. Really? Yeah, see how clear that is? You could see the test stand behind it. That's really good. That's really nice and complete combustion, which is what the benefit of an oxygen-rich stage combustion cycle is for. That's the benefit. So what's the orange down there? Well, that's a good question. What do you think it is? Well, a different color flame indicates a different temperature. Why would the temperature be different down here? Why would it be cooler down there? Pretty much, Tessa. Dust? It's further out? Gravity? Heat rises? Well, the answer is right here. Okay, watch this. Look. See that? See all this? Look, they sprayed the concrete down with water to film cool it, and the water is evaporating because the rocket engine is so hot. You're creating a vacuum down there. You're creating a vacuum. You could see air being sucked away down here. See that? They're creating, because it's creating a vacuum up against the ground, it's depressurizing. And depressurizing lowers the temperature. Make sense? Yeah, it's making the suck. Literally, yeah. Rocket engines create an insane vacuum. Look at how low the pressure is down here. See all that air getting sucked down underneath the rocket motor right there? It's changing the pressure. And the plume is hitting that low pressure, and that's what gets that flame. At least I'm pretty damn sure.
Quality base here. The Eagle has landed.
Power trowel. Oh, a link. Thank you, Geeson. So which one is better, Raptor or BE4? Love the stream, by the way. Are you asking or are you telling, Liam? Which one is better? People leave. Yep. Look at this and tell me there is a God. Yeah. Liam, so which one is better? That's a really... you can compare thrust, right? Actually, the B4 and the Raptor make around the same amount of thrust. They're both making about 2.4 meganewtons of thrust. Or what is that? 2,400 kilonewtons. So, like mainsail? They're both making mainsail thrusts, believe it or not. Now, so which one's better? Raptor probably is more efficient because full flow. But the BE4 is no slouch either. They're pretty damn comparable, believe it or not. But here's the thing: you don't say, "Oh, this rocket engine has more thrust, so it's better." Is an RL-10 better than an F1 engine? The RL-10 is the Atlas 5's upper stage engine, the Centaur upper stage engine. Is that better than an F1? The first stage engine from a Saturn V? Well, in terms of thrust, yeah, of course. An F1 engine makes 6,700 kilonewtons of thrust. An RL-10 makes 99. One is a yeeter and the other one isn't. But what's the specific impulse of an F1 engine? Specific impulse of an F1 engine, so how efficient it is like 263. 263 second specific impulse is like the miles per gallon equivalent of like 5 mpg. What's the RL-10 specific impulse? 452 seconds. 452, which if the F1 engine is getting 5 miles to the gallon, the RL-10 is getting like 130 miles to the gallon. So what's better? Well, Raptor and BE4, just like the RL-10 and the F1, it really comes down to application. It depends on what you're doing. What was it designed for? In this case, the BE4 was designed for Vulcan in New Glenn. So in that application, it's the best motor for the job. You don't put Raptors on the top of, or on the bottom of Vulcan. You don't put them on the top either. You don't put Raptors on the bottom of Vulcan and hope it's going to work exactly the same. The BE4, because it was designed to work with it, is going to be the best application. It's going to be best in that regard. Raptors are the best for Starship. You couldn't put BE4s down on the bottom of Super Heavy and hope that the same thing is going to happen, because it absolutely won't. Right? Because rocket engines are so purpose-built for their application. Because they're so purpose-built, Liam, it's really hard to say which one is better or not. Now, I know there's fanboys. There's fanboys out there for the BE4. There's fanboys out there for Raptor. Liam, I'm really happy that the fanboys for either one aren't making any engineering decisions. Because, yeah, they're wrong. Because, once again, engineering's all about application. That's what matters the most. Depends if you're reusing as well. Well, did you build... Yeah, exactly, 619. Did you build the engine to be reused? What metric are you using to measure engine performance here? Because by that logic, a shuttle engine trumps everything else, because that's the only thing that ever came back from space. Like, from orbit. That's the only upper stage engine that we've ever gotten back. But what are we talking about here? You know, see what I mean? What are we talking about? Haven't there been plenty of rocket engines that got used on multiple vehicles? Name one. Name one. RL-10. RL-10 was used on Atlas Centaur. It was used on Titan Centaur, Atlas 2AS, Atlas 2, Atlas 3, Atlas 5. Anything else? Oh, also Delta. It was used on Delta 4 for the DCSS, in a different variant, albeit. RD-180? What else has the RD-180 been used on? Space Shuttle main engine? That hasn't flown on another rocket yet, Jim. Yet. Okay, so the shuttle engine. Shuttle engine has the RS-25. Right? The RS-25 is derived from the SSME. Okay, what else? SLSMEs. Hey, Thomas, you want to hear a joke? Want to hear a joke, Thomas? The European Space Program. RL-10, SSME, Shuttle Solid Rocket Builder. Or Solid Rocket Booster, not Builder. Fantastic explanation. Yeah, no problem. What else? Anything else? There's nothing else. How many rocket engines have flown? Rocket engines are built for application, guys. They really absolutely are. Trying to take a rocket engine and retrofit it to something else is a little bit expensive and a little bit costly. The only way that really works is if you overlap your programs. So you build one program and then you build the next version of the rocket built into the next launch vehicle. So this works with the J2. Nobody said J2. The J2 flew on 2 different rockets. It flew on a Saturn 1 and a Saturn 5. Nobody said the H1 rocket engine. The H1 rocket engine flew on the Saturn and Thor and Delta 2 and Delta 6000 and Delta 7000 in the form of the RS-27. It does happen, but it's rare. Rockets are most of the time propulsion. Since the launch vehicle centers around its propulsion, the shuttle wouldn't fly with anything but SSMEs up there. Anything else you try to put in there doesn't work right. Right? So you usually center your rocket around your propulsion systems. 1, because they take the longest to make, and 2, they're the hardest to make. Funny story. The AJ-10 is flown on 3 launch vehicles. It flew on the Apollo CSM, so on the Saturn V technically. It flew on the Space Shuttle. It's going to fly on Orion, but there is another one. Who knows? Who knows what else a Delta... I said the name, damn it. AJ-10 flew on a Delta 2. It was the Delta K upper stage, by the way, on the Delta 2 rocket. Angara and Antares. Angara uses RD-191s, Cantab, and Antares flew with an RD-181, which is not the same engine. See, that's what I mean about me being scatterbrained. That house thing is still clogging my mind. There's also the Reaver, which flies on Alpha and will fly on Rocket 4. So we've come up with a couple of different analogies, but how many rockets are there in the world? Hundreds of them. Hundreds of them. Right? Yeah, dude, I could name a bunch of different rockets that have their own separate engines. Titan, for instance. LR-87 and LR-91s, they only ever flew on Titans. Because that's what they were designed for. You know, it's very rare that you have a rocket engine that works on multiple vehicles. That's very rare. So, in that application of what's the best, well, what's the best? The best rocket engine is the rocket engine that's designed for application. It's kind of a trick answer. And if you think I'm intentionally being vague, I like to think that I've given enough information here to show and demonstrate that. It really depends on what you're doing. The Merlin engine has been used on Falcon 1, Falcon 9, and Falcon Heavy. That's right. See, now I'm jogging your noggins. Now you all are getting it. But Tessa, Falcon 1 flew with a Merlin 1C. A Merlin 1C and a Merlin 1D are 2 very different motors. But what did I say? If you have overlapping programs, then sometimes, yeah, you should keep the propulsion. Falcon 1 to Falcon 9 is a very good example of that. Same with the Saturn 1B and the Saturn 5. Isn't it the most fuel efficient? Which one, Shadow? Remember, efficiency isn't everything. First stages, efficiency is at odds with your first stage because you need to beat Earth's grav well. So if we're using efficiency as a metric for measuring a first stage, well, that's a bad way to measure how good a first stage is by its efficiency because most first stages are terribly inefficient. It has to move that whole second stage and payload up into space. Yeah, efficiency is not good. I mean, obviously, BJ's going to basically know all of them. I can't tell. That's why I make the big bucks. You know what I'm saying? My SD's 18mm motor can fly on all sorts of rockets. Too small. Anyway. So there's not really a crate engine in rocketry then. No. Can't tell. No. There's no standardization in rocketry at all. No, not at all. SLS and the Space Shuttle or Buran Energia are the ones that come the closest to that. Standardization is one of those things that you're going to... Yeah, convergent design and standardization is one of those things that we should see with the commercial market emerging like it is. There you go, Tessa. Bingo. Power of efficiency. Choose one, not both. Well, That's why I like rockets personally. That's why I like rockets like Atlas V. Atlas V gives you the best performance out of your first stage and the best performance out of your second stage, if not any second stage flying ever. You know? How come some rockets need 2, some 3, some 4 stages to the same orbit? That's a good question, Act. What fuel are you using? What is the most you've lost on a coin flip? No, what fuel are you using? Using solids, you could have 3, 4, 5 stages up into space. It depends on your efficiency. Depends on what you're trying to do. Off-the-shelf rocket engines is something we'll probably see in the next few decades. Firefly is already attempting to do that right now, Gagan. Firefly Aerospace, their meal ticket is standardization. Standardized engines, standardized fittings, standardized fuel tanks. You can buy fuel tanks off the shelf. That's what they're trying to do. It's actually really smart. I know some people that work at Firefly. Really cool company. Also, what's your payload mass? The motors out of the Soyuz are probably the closest to a crate motor that rockets have gotten thus far. It's been in development for over 60 years and derivatives are being used in half a dozen other architectures. What rocket flies an RD-108 other than Soyuz? You can also buy the plans for Reaver and build it yourself. Yeah, licensed building stuff. Thomas, you know where my mind goes from there? If we're gonna do some standardization, right, for, you know, flight hardware, why don't we do standardization for GSE? Every piece of ground surface equipment at this point is one-off. It's custom built in-house. Because every rocket engine is custom built. If we're standardizing rocket engines, you also need to standardize the GSE for testing said rocket engines, don't you think? Huh. It's a pretty good idea, huh? I heard a scientist made a photo of an enormous black hole surrounded by a ring of fire. And of Sagittarius A. Is that true? Yeah, I covered that a little bit earlier, Dunpeel, but I don't know enough about black holes to be able to explain it correctly or understand it correctly. That second part is more important. Sounds like how Sony was trying to standardize SD memory. Yep. Question, is the BE-4 undergoing iterations too? Kuro, they've been iterating on it since 2017. We just haven't heard about it. This is what I've been trying to tell people. And everybody's like, yeah, EJ, but they don't show anything. But then they released this video, and all the haters, where are you guys at? Hey, where are you guys at right now? I told you they're out testing these engines in Van Horn. They test them every day. Here's some video. Here's some video showing it. Well, this one's at night, but you get the idea. I just found someone who is building an SSTO spaceplane. The company is called Radian. I know about Radian, Ben. Yep. Space news. You know anything about this mission? I've heard about it vaguely, Goalie, but yeah, it's interesting. Mind if I ask your opinion on something? Off topic. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Between me needing to bounce back and talk to Brimo and talk to my realtor and everything, the space news over the past couple of days have been fragmented to all hell. What's with the white thingy in the middle? The white thingy in the middle. How do you know if the rocket engine is performing good? How crisp that line is. If that line is clearly defined, that's good combustion. And if it's clearer, that means it's more efficient combustion. Yeah, look at the cone. Plume collapsing in on itself because of ambient pressure. That's why that cone happens. The new video from Veritasium explains how and why black holes. Yeah, I can't watch Veritasium on StreamAct, but I have a thing about other STEM creators just restreaming their YouTube content without their permission. I don't do it. Yeah, I don't do that. It's just I respect other STEM educators. I wouldn't show a Veritasium video on here, not because I'm worried about getting DMCA'd. It's probably fine. But I don't do it out of respect. Same thing with Tim. I asked him if I could show some of his videos on here. He said, nah, just point people to the YouTube channel. I said, that's fine. Absolutely, dude. You got it. No problem. I get it. All good. I think they mean the cone. Yeah, that's the diamond. It's the plume collapsing in on itself, Dunpeel. So basically there's pressure, and this gas is being expelled out at a very high speed, right? And it's hot gas, so it wants to expand, and then the pressure forces it back in on itself. Yeah, that's what that is. It's called a shock diamond. And the plume actually goes like this. It goes in and out, and in and out, and in and out, and in and out. You can see it in the next shot, or this shot over here. It's very defined right there. See how it goes in and out, and in and out, and in and out, like an hourglass. Oh, that's so cool.
Discovery, go and
This is
throttle.
my favorite shot of this entire thing. Look at this. Oh, that's dope. Man. Hokey gifted a sub to Duck Peel. Cool. Alright. Stream chat, what's your question? Let me see. So I got a job as an IT guy, but our human resources guy quit. And I took over HR over the past few days because I was the only one who could get into the HR PC. I have no experience. I think I'm doing fine, but I don't know if I'm good enough. Do you think I should give it your best shot? No, don't do that. No, stream chat, you need to go to your boss right now. You need to go to your boss right now and say, hire an HR guy right now because I'm not doing this. Human resources is something to protect the business from legal recourse. That's why human resources exist, to protect a stupid company. It's funny because it's called human resources. No, that's why it's there. Do not do that job unless you're qualified to do it. I'm dead serious. You could get fired. You could get sued. Don't do that. No. Only do that if you really want to do HR. But that's literally, you literally become a therapist for everybody in the company. But then again, that depends on corporate. That depends on corporate and everything. But you're an IT guy. You're not an HR guy. If you want to do, if they want you to do the HR job, they need to pay you HR salary and your IT salary. You want to do more work, pay me more money. Simple as that. If you don't want to do it, you need to go to management right now. I'm not doing this. You need to hire another HR person. If you want me to do this, we need my salary renegotiated. That is not, and no, you won't come off like a dick. Trust me, don't do that. No, human resources, dude, it's not just somebody that's designed to make people feel better. Human resources protects the company against legal recourse in case an employee was discriminated against. They deal with the human resources of the company. Do not screw around with HR stuff unless you absolutely know what you're doing. Yeah, trust me on that one. Depends on the size of the company, I guess. I mean, HR of a company that has less than 10 people employed can't be that bad, right? Well, of course, Dunfield, yeah, it's probably not that bad, but now you're doing two person's jobs for one person's salary. Who is that helping? It ain't helping you. Yeah, I was thinking about arguing for more pay next week. It's crazy how I got into this position. It's 90 plus employees. Yeah, stream chat. You're gonna need. Dude, I wouldn't go. Don't be a jerk about it. But I would go to my boss. I would go to your boss and say, hey, look, I'm the only one that has access to the HR computer because the HR guy quit. Are you trying to hire another human resources person, or do you want me to do it? Because if you don't say you really don't want to demand more money, but you don't want to not say it either. So say something like this. If you want me to do the HR job, I'm going to need to make sure that I'm compensated for this because that's a lot of work. You basically need to say, if you want me to do two people's jobs, you need to pay me twice as much. Right? If you want to do the HR job, then do it. Maybe you make more money that way. I don't know. you have to go in there and you have to say, you have to figure out what the plan is. Are you planning on hiring an HR person, or am I stuck doing this? If I'm stuck doing this, we need to make sure. So here's what you do. All right, here's what I would do. I go, we need to make sure that every facet of the company is working correctly. If I'm delegating my time between IT work and HR work, well, both of those are going to get done. They're not going to get done to the fullest extent. Do you really want to skimp on HR work? Are you going to hire another HR person? If the answer is no, then say my workload is too much to do IT and HR at the same time. You basically got to pretend like you're trying to do what's right for the company, but seriously, you're doing what's right for you. It's some weird balancing act that I still don't frankly fully understand, but that's corporate culture. Quit this company. Yeah, right? Yeah, there you go, Tessa. Say something like that. But say I'm not qualified for HR. I need to get the training first. So they would say, okay, we'll train you, and then they don't pay you. See what I mean? If you're gonna do both of those jobs, you need to get paid for both of those positions. It's that simple. I used to work for a 30-person company that was also into like 6 lawsuits at once with old employees that it screwed with. The size of the company doesn't mean anything. Yeah, like I said, HR is there to protect legal recourse against the company. Do not think that HR is there to be your friend, because they're not. They're there to protect the company. Sorry if that burst your bubble. And remember, fellas, there's this thing about the internet. You won't know if what you're saying is right on the internet, but you'll know if what you're saying is wrong on the internet. I have not seen one person in chat dispute that. I haven't even seen a joking, well, actually. HR is the company hatchet men. That's right. You are incorrect. Ah, there we go. The offer got accepted, Hokie. Yeah, house offer got accepted. We got to close, so I'm not popping the champagne yet, but that's right, Hypersonic. Bingo. HR literally exists to minimize contact between management and staff. Yep. That was a hard lesson that I learned. Yeah. 100% got HR's purpose right. They are not there for the employee. I hate corporate culture so freaking much, Weather Guy. I hate it with a fiery passion. It is counterintuitive to human behavior. It's so goddamn annoying. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's so fake. Ah. From the business point, you are a thing. Treat the business like a thing. Not the people or boss, the business. Yeah, there you go, Bon. The saying at my work is HR is neither human nor resource for the employees. It's also by design. Yeah, I know. It's stupid. Yeah, there you go, Tessa. Yeah, that makes sense. Honestly, it's been a lot of work. The only training I got was looking at the computer history to get the time and attendance while using ADP to put in employee hours and add and remove employees. I also had to learn about W4s and I-9s, and I appreciate the advice, CJ, in chat. No problem, stream chat. If they want you to do HR, you need to get paid for HR. You need to make that HR money. But be careful. If you're not trained, and this is what happened to me. If you're not trained and you get put in a position where you think you can do it, your boss is setting you up for failure. That's what happened to me at Best Buy. I had 4 days of training for doing inventory control, and then was expected to manage the 100,000 different SKU codes in a 50,000 square foot store during the holidays with 4 days of training. Yeah, I failed pretty bad. And at the time, I thought that was my fault. It's really not. Like, I could have worked harder. I'm not going to lie to you, but yeah, that's what happened to me at Best Buy. Oh, yeah. Oh, I failed real bad. But that's what happens when you have 4 days of training. Yeah, and then they after the holidays, they're like, yeah, you need to, we're going to move you. And I'm like, oh yeah? Great. We're going to move you where you're best suited. I'm like, yeah, you can't bother training me, right? Yeah, 619. You got to be careful about doing business with family. If you do business with family, it's on a contractual basis. Don't verbal agree with family. That's a bad idea. Because if it goes south, well, you have the contracts to prevent it from going south. But if it goes south, now your family hates you. Yeah, yeah. I love corporate business. Do. But that might be because HR thinks I'm way overqualified for the position I have, and I'm happy with the pay that you're getting. You should never be happy with the pay that you're getting, Dunpeel. That's being content. You should never be content. My dad tells me all the time, never have enough money. Never have enough money. And you could say that's greed. That's not greed. That's covering your own tail. No, what I was saying is that my place I work at is now family ran. Oh gosh. If you're motivated by money, you're doing the wrong job. Yeah, predominantly. Yeah. I mean, you'd obviously want to do something that you like, right? You want to do something that you like. Like, I like doing this. It's easy for me to want to make more money with this job. I just literally stream more and give you guys better content, and I get paid for it. Sometimes I don't. That's the expectation. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. Well, it got raised this month with 9.66%, so there's that. Oh, wow, that's nice. But yeah, never have enough. Never have enough of that stuff, dude. Nah, Ark, yeah, I wouldn't call it that. I understand what he's trying to say. Like, that it's probably on the higher end jobs, right? Like, if you're in IT and you make a lot of money in IT just because you want to make a lot of money, well, IT is a job you really gotta love. I think that's what Predominant is getting at. Am I right? That's what Graham's getting at. You gotta love it. If you're in IT for the money, you're gonna do a bad job. It's true. You have to love that stuff because that's a grind. Anybody that works in IT can tell you this. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But Ark, in the context of like, well, guess what? A job's a job. That also is true, right? I think you're right in that regard. I think we're talking about, it's not like, in the context of what we're talking about, what Graham said makes sense. But honestly, you can't not work. You gotta work. You gotta make money. Some people don't get to choose. And that's where you're coming from, right? I get that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Remember, context is super important, especially in this day and age. But you guys are both right. I agree with you, dude. When I graduated college with a 3D art degree, CAD systems, right? I couldn't find a job because it was the middle of 2008. I keep telling you guys about this. I've talked to you guys about it more in the last week than I have over the last 3 years. But I had to do that. You know what my first job was? Bagging groceries out of college. Bagging groceries 1 day a week at the place I worked at in high school. Yep. I could not afford to choose. So I've been in both of these positions. I've been in a job where you really got to love the job, right? If you don't love the job, you ain't going to make money. If you're like, so the people that are in for streaming for money, unless you get like a bajillion views out of the blue and you get to go on some crazy ninja tangent, like getting 100,000 viewers a night. And I'm not saying Ninja is in it for the money. He does it because he loves streaming. That's the secret. All the successful streamers are there because they love streaming. It's pretty obvious. You could tell who loves it and who doesn't, because the people that love it come back every day. They come back every day with the freaking A game. You know what I mean? You could really see who's here, who wants to be here, and who isn't. It's really obvious to notice when a streamer isn't having fun, myself included. You know? So I've been in both of these positions, right? I've been in a position where I could not choose. I could not afford to choose. That is not a thing. You need to pay your bills. Go work. Go bag groceries. With a college degree, go bag groceries. That happened. Now it took a decade of fixing, but now I'm at the other end of that, where, you know, people in streaming, you gotta love it. You have to love streaming. If you do not love streaming, you will go insane. Simple as that. Like, you have to be able to jump in here, go in front of a bunch of people every day, talk about any subject. And I chose rocket science because frick me, right? Like, why don't we just crank the difficulty up, EJ? Great, good. I have to be here. I have to be in here, and I have, like, dude, was I planning on talking about the space shuttle today? No. Was I planning on talking about oxygen-rich stage combustion cycles today? No. I have to know this cold. You have to love it. You have to. If you don't, you're gonna fail. And that's what Predominant's getting at. That's what Graham's getting at, and I agree with that too. That makes a lot of sense. You worked as a car detailer for 4 years sitting on 2 college degrees. I know it. Yep. Graham! Is it Graham? Is it Graham? Well, you got to call you Graham, mate. You're not talking about the space shuttle for 1 day. No shot. Oh, shut up, man. Graham, well, Dan. What? Graham Cracker. I mean, 619, don't tell them that. That makes me look stupid. But then again, look at me. Now get out from behind there. You're ruining the paint. You're ruining my joke. All right. So, while we're on the subject of BE4s, kind of, Blue also tweeted this out. Check this out. David Helderman is Blue Origin's Director of Alabama Testing Operations and leads our test stand 4670 project. David spoke with the Huntsville Business Journal on 4670 refurbishment progress and bringing the sounds of rocket engines firing back to Huntsville. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's test stand 4670. It is a freaking monolith of a test stand. Okay, what's test stand 4670? I know that's the next question coming. It's an Apollo-era test stand that was used to test out Saturn V first stages. There you go. Now, I know the next question for the people that know what that means. So what's the difference between Stennis and Marshall? Marshall is where they did the testing. Stennis is where they did the qualification. The B-1, B-2 test stand that's at Stennis in Mississippi is designed for static firing. It was designed for static firing Saturn first stages. This one is designed for testing and beating the trash out of Saturn V first stages. In fact, the first 2 S1Cs were made were made in Alabama before Michoud was built. They were made at Marshall Space Flight Center. The first 2 Saturn V first stages. One of them is still around. Trivia question. One of those Saturn V test stages is still around. Where is it? And what's its serial number? 4670 is right there. See it? People know this. 42069. Damn, dude. How'd you know? See, that's what this big red and white crane is up here for. The crane would turn. They'd bring the Saturn V stage, the S1C, in here. They'd pick it up, turn it vertical, and put it in the test cell. So, SA-500F. 500F, the first stage. You guys ever been to Kennedy Space Center? Ever been to the visitor complex at Kennedy Space Center? The Saturn V in there? That's not a Saturn V first stage. It's the test article. True story. They put engines on it for the display. That is SA-500F. SA-500F was one of 2 S1Cs that was made, 2 Saturn V first stages that was made here at Marshall. They were made in this hangar right there with the S1C sized high bay. You ever been to a Turkish prison? How do I know it was made in that building? That's the next question. Well, if we go over here and go to desktop, go to Rocket Research Pictures, go to Saturn Research Pictures, and go to that picture. There you go. There's the door to that high bay. Yeah. I have more. Wait for it. Yeah, see? There you go. There's 500F on the 4670 test stand during Apollo. See? Same test stand. That was taken right here, looking that way. Damn nature, get out of the way. All right, just, you get the idea. Isn't the one in Huntsville a test article? No. I don't think so. I believe the one in Huntsville, and then the one in Houston, those are real Saturn V's. So there were 3 Saturn V's left over when the Apollo program got the axe. There was Apollo 18, 19, and 20. So they were in various stages of construction. Okay, so the rocket that was going to launch Apollo 18, that became Skylab 1, and that launched Skylab into space, so that's gone. So that leaves 19 and 20. And they were missing some parts, if I'm remembering right. But yeah, 19 and 20 are the ones that are in Huntsville and Houston. I think that's right. The one at Stennis is a real stage. It is, Novus, yeah. It absolutely is. There's a reason why SA500F was used and why that extra S1C was just lying around. I think it was because of production lines, to be honest with you, but I forget why. Super crazy difficult challenge. Do a stream without saying if I remember correctly. But even if I did, I just did. Don't do that. They have full Saturn V's at KSC and Johnson. No, not true. There's one in Huntsville, and there's one at Stennis. There's a stage sitting at... Is it at Stennis? So there's a Saturn V up here. See that Saturn V shaped building? There's a Saturn V in there, and that one is real. What you don't see at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center is that the Skylab mock-up is sitting right there. Or one of the Skylab mock-ups that was used for training at Johnson Space Center is right there. That's the real thing. Also, there's a Titan II. A Titan II with its W-58 warhead just sitting there. It's not, it's inerted. It's not real. It's just the nose cone. There's a Saturn 1B fairing right there. Interstage parts. Saturn V test article equipment right there. I forget what those are used for. So there is a Saturn V sitting in that one right there. Like I said, the Saturn that's at Kennedy Space Center is not a full real Saturn V. It is, the first stage is the test article. Don't get me wrong, the test article is the exact same thing. You can't tell the difference. The only way you can tell the difference is the serial number on the side. There's a Saturn V shaped building. Pardon my Ingress, but what vehicle took people to Skylab? Saturn 1B. Saturn 1B. They slated NASA bought 4 Saturn 1B missions to Skylab. So Skylab 1 was a Saturn V. There was Skylab 2, there was Skylab 3, there was Skylab 4. And then there was a Skylab backup mission, which was the 4th S1B. That Saturn 1B is right there for the Skylab rescue mission. That is real. The one in the Rocket Garden is a real Saturn 1B with a real S4B upper stage. And I don't know if the CSM is real. I don't think that CSM is real. I think it's a mock-up. How big is this complex? big. Saturn V's are huge. There's a frog in your throat? Yeah, gotta change it. Gotta get the frog out of there. So, like, here's a good comparison to see how big that Saturn 1B is actually compared to, like, a Titan II. We went from flying people on this, to flying people on this, to flying people on this, to flying people on this in less than 10 years. This is also before they put the Delta II in there. Also, you want to see another example of how big Saturn V is? See that right there? See the engine? That's like almost as big as the stage right here. That's a Saturn V first stage engine. It's an F1. That's a real one. And that's how big it is. Look at it compared to that Juno. Compared to the... that's either Juno or Jupiter C. I forget. Yeah. Pretty crazy, huh? And then there's the crew access arm for Apollo right there. Amongst other things. There's an Orion launch escape system right there. There's a bunch of parts lying around. There's a T-38 sitting over here somewhere. There it is. That's the astronaut memorial. And then there's some big flying brick inside of this building. I forget what it is. Which one is the Saturn 1B? The one on its side, Acton? That was the fourth. That was supposed to be the fourth crew mission to Skylab. So Skylab 5 or Skylab Rescue. They ended up never doing Skylab 5 because Herder, my space shuttle. So that's a real Saturn 1B. That thing is real. It should be inside, which is kind of annoying, but hey, whatever. There's another Saturn V first stage engine, or first stage. It's over here at Stennis. No, it's not at Stennis. It's at Michoud. It's right here. They moved it. It's here on Google Earth, but it's since been moved. See that one? That one's real. I forget which mission that one's supposed to be for, but that is a real Saturn V stage. Once again, look at it compared to the parking spaces if you want to see how big it actually is. It's freaking huge. 10-meter diameter on the Saturn V. It's a monster. Village is being weathered by the elements. Yeah. Yeah, it's annoying, isn't it? There's one at the visitor center at Stennis. Can you find the ET hanging around? These are leftover test articles from the space shuttle program. They were all destroyed in a hurricane in 2017. That's how old this picture is. Or 2018, somewhere around there. I don't know, a hurricane destroyed them. Are you talking... Goalie, which one are you talking about? So there's one at Stennis, Novus? Hold on, now I gotta do some research. Which one is at Stennis? Stennis is over here. E.T.'s gone. Feels bad, man. Where would that... I'm electric, eye. It's at the Science Center off base, Infinity something? Oh, hey, there it is. Oh, that's where they moved it. Oh. Oh. Well, that's good to know. They moved it. Is there one in there? No, that building's not big enough. Such a beautiful piece of engineering and labor. You just like it because Von Braun designed it. Spoiler alert, me too, Alucard. He's a pretty damn good designer, if I do say so myself. Yeah, that guy, dude, he had this figured out in his head in the 50s. Yeah, heck, he had it figured out in his head in the 40s. That's what's crazy to me. How do you have that much foresight? It's unbelievable. That's a model of the limb right there, Dunpeel. Yeah. Nope, just the one outside. There's an engine under the pavilion on the opposite side of the building from that stage. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's where that S1C went. That was sitting outside of Michoud. I forget what Saturn V stage that one's supposed to go, but here, you know what? You know what? Let's just S1C. Let's go. Let's look. So, S1CT, static test firing. That's SA500F. There it is. Part of the Saturn V display, right? I think it's 500F. I think that's what it was called. The S1C ground dynamic test model is the one that's at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center. Okay, so that actually is a test article too. Interesting.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Interesting. Huh. I know they blew up one of these things. The S1CS or the S1CF were blown up. One of them they crushed on a giant test stand. That's the dynamic test stand at Marshall. It's a skyscraper. It's a big skyscraper in the middle of Marshall Space Flight Center. The one in Huntsville is the dynamic test article. Okay. They blew up one on the Saturn V dynamic test stand right there. They built a huge skyscraper. That's the tallest building in Alabama. True story. It's basically a high bay, a VAB high bay, and then there's a giant press and they crush stuff. It's actually really cool. Okay. So see, I didn't know that. I didn't know that off the top of my head. So that explains our mystery S1C. That one must be for 19 or 20. So 4 is at the bottom of the ocean. 12 is 6 is at the bottom of the ocean. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 11 was recovered by Yef. Red 8, 85-month resub. Today I learned. Keep in mind, guys, the test articles are basically engines. They're the same. They're basically the same thing. They're indistinguishable. The only way you can tell the difference is this one. That serial number is S1CT, and this one is S1C2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the only way. It's like with Falcon 9s. The really only way to tell the difference between Block 5s is, well, how sooty it is and the serial number on the side. They all look the same. So, 13 was for Skylab 1. That's the 18 mission. 14 is the one that's at JSC. That was scheduled for 18 or 19. Well, Skylab 1, so it would have been 19. And S1C 15 is the one that's at Michoud. So 15 was that's the last one off the assembly line. It's at the Infinity Space Center. So the S1CT was test fired and used in a display. Yes. What's this, Goalie? Dude, what in the absolute balls? That thing's huge, man. Look at the staircase. I've seen one of these up close. I've seen SA500F or S1CT. I've seen it. Dude, it's mind-boggling. Oh, hey, I know that first stage. I'd get to drive by it on Monday. And actually, Dunpeel, if you want to look, there's a model of the LEM right there. The LEM is not small. It's a big piece of equipment. Look, it's 2 stories tall. See the staircase? 2 flights of stairs. Slaps rocket. The pioneers used to ride these babies for miles. And you know what's crazy? That's a real Saturn V stage. That's literally sitting outside. That's annoying. Yeah, we should put that inside. Maybe I could fit it in my garage. No, correction. My garage could fit inside of that thing. Yeah. Looks rougher than that now. It's not okay. It's not okay. That needs to be inside. It's okay, Matt. It's aluminum. As long as we don't see any white accumulation or white corrosion on it, we're fine. Let's go protest. Screw protesting. Protesting is letting everybody know you have a problem. You could protest or you could go fix the problem. Don't take that out of context. That is in context of what we're talking about here. How about we go freaking raise money? How about we go raise money and build a building around it? That's what I'm talking about. Don't take that statement out of context, please. For the love of God. Anyway, back over here. So... Yoink! That's bait. Yeah, right. There's 4 of them. There's 4 of them, fellas. There's 4 of them, like, all right next to each other. Yeah, Jim. There you go. Saturn V for stage emote. There you go. Yeah, there's 4 of them. That's nice. That's a nice picture. Okay, now I'm curious about the Saturn V second stage while we're here. There was a little bit more space news, but we can do this, and then we'll play Summer Car here in a moment. Starlink news? You know what I want? Saturn Heavy. Okay. Starlink is now available in 32 countries across the world. Oh, is that what you call that? Oh, all right. Okay. They're on the wait list, I guess. All right, let's see. What about the S2s? I'm pretty sure all S2s that are remaining are real. I don't think any of them are test articles. Let's take a look. I am immediately wrong on the first answer. Used as the dynamic test stage replacement after the destruction of S2SD and S2T. That's at Huntsville. Oh, there you go. That's a test article second stage. Interesting. Destroyed by accidental pressure. Yeah, they blew that one up. Destroyed in the test stand. They also blew that one up. Construction at S2D was canceled. So 1. All right, what was left at the end of the Apollo program? That's the second stage at Kennedy. That one's real. That's S2-14. Skylab 1 backup S2-15 is the one that's at Johnson. And then there's another one at Huntsville. Yeah, Huntsville, Kennedy, and Johnson are all Saturn Vs. Those, but it's funny because none of them is like a full flight Saturn V. That's weird, dude. I always thought the one... Okay, so... What's test articles? The test article, the first stage at Kennedy, or the Saturn V at Kennedy, the first stage is a test article. The Saturn V at Huntsville, the second stage is a test article. It's not flight fidelity. It was modified to look like a real one, right? So the one at Kennedy is a test first stage. The one at Huntsville has a test second stage. The one that's at Johnson is a real one. That's real first. That's a real first stage and a real second stage. Okay, so that's the only one that's like full purity. Nice, Cajun. Screw Northern Australia, I guess. Yeah, you see that? Yeah. They got an F1 and an H1 at the Infinity Center. Yo. Yo. That's the goods right there. Cool. Sweet. All right. Let's see. The one in Texas is the only one that's remained full purity. Let's see. Let's go. S4B. Let's see. Let's see it. All right. There's S4BS. Stacked on top of the S1B11 at the Alabama Welcome Center. That's real? Oh. That one is real, and it's outside. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. That's the train tracks. Where's the highway? There's an airstrip right there. Where is it, Kuro? Battleship, though? So, kind of? Yeah, I guess it's a test stage. Yeah, I suppose. Zoom and enhance. Enhance. Battleship, though, so kind of... Yeah, okay. It's kind of fake, so that's okay. Ah, there it is. Yeah, I see it. So that's... I mean, it's a test article, but like I said, test articles pretty damn close to flight fidelity. It's about as close as you get. So that's a little annoying that that's a real one, but anyway. The S4BF test stage for the facilities. It never flew. Modified to the Skylab dynamic test vehicle. Appears to have been scrapped in the 90s. Why would we willingly scrap any Apollo hardware? Whatever. I don't know. The S4BD, the dynamic test stage, delivered to Marshall Space Flight Center in 1965. It's at the Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville. Is that the Saturn V? Whoever, Thomas, yeah, points at the Saturn 1 stage. Whoever facilitated that needs to be punched in the face, at the very least. So, it just says it's at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center. Okay. All right, which one is it? So, you're telling me that this Saturn V that's here is a test first and a test second and third stage? Huh. Canceled. So there's 201. Okay, what a Skylab rescue vehicle. That's the one that's at Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex, 209. ASTP. Okay, there's 211, which is also at the... Where? Where? Where is this? I swear if it's that, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be pissed. I know those are Skylab parts. Those are S4B parts right there. More to the right. It's that. That's... That's a real stage. That's S4B211. That's a real Saturn V stage. And it's outside. Okay. The real one is outside and the test article is inside? What? It doesn't rust. It's aluminum rim, so we have that going for us. And as long as they keep it painted, it should be okay. But why is the test article inside? Why not the flight hardware? I don't get it. But why? And you know what the crazy thing is? That's an S4B-200. The one that's on that Saturn V is an S4B-200. S4B-200s are Saturn 1B upper stages. They're not Saturn V upper stages. S4B-500 is our Saturn V upper stages. So, S4B 513 is the one at Johnson. That's real. 514 is the one at Kennedy. That's real. 515 was converted to Skylab B and is at the Smithsonian. Maybe it's outside because it was never used in flight or testing. But it's real. It's real hardware. It's a serialized one. It's not a test article. Why is that? Why is that outside? Look up the CSMs. Okay, as long as we're here, let's do this. All right. Let's see. Okay. I'm trying to find it. There's the stages. Oh, in 21. Damn it. I can get to the CSM from here. Apollo CSM. Here we go. All right, so command and service modules. Let's take a look. CSM's produced. CSM-01, scrapped. 2 was the one that was used on Lil Joe. That's cool. 4 was scrapped. We don't ask what happened to 3. 6 was used for demonstrating tumbly debris removal system. CM was scrapped. Service module redesignated as SM-10 is on display at the Space and Rocket Center. Oh. Okay. That's cool. Various tests included acoustic vibrations, drop tests, and water egress training. CM was refitted with Block 2 improvements, underwent testing for Skylab at the McKinley Climate Laboratory in Eglin Air Force Base 1971 to 1973. That's at the Museum of Flight. I've seen that capsule. That's cool. That's pretty high fidelity. Complete system spacecraft used in thermal vacuum test was scrapped in 1978. Okay. CSM-09, AS-201, flight and drop tests, command module at the Strategic Air and Space Museum at Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. Oh, that's cool. Sweet. The thermal testing command module, that's the one at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center. Okay, so service module was never completed. Okay. AS-202 flight command module on display in the Hornet. AS-202 was the second uncrewed suborbital test flight of a Block 1 Apollo command module. Oh yeah, look, yeah, that thing's flown. Or it's been dropped. I'm gonna guess flown. Apollo CSM-12. That's Apollo 1. It's at Langley. Yeah, that capsule is still around, dudes. Yep. Still around. They never scrapped it. They never should scrap it. Yeah, the hatch is at KSC. Yep. Sent you a link to a 300-page PDF. Might be useful for some Route 154 stuff. Enjoy. Oh, nice, RB. Yeah, I'll look into that later. Command module disassembled as part of the Apollo 1 investigation. Service module 14 used on Apollo 6 mission. Command module CM-14 later modified and used for ground testing, and they scrapped it in... They scrapped it. 17 flew on Apollo 4, uncrewed. 20 flew on Apollo 6, also uncrewed. But it's been to space. That's at Fernbank Science Center in Atlanta, and this one is at Stennis in Bay St. Louis. Okay. That's all the Block 1s. This is the Block 2s. These are the ones that flew people. 2TV Block 2 thermal vacuum, used in thermal vacuum test, CSM-098. It's on display at the Academy of Science Museum in Moscow. Whoa. That's real? Oh, that's freaking cool, man. Hold on, we can go back down here a little ways. That's a real one. Oh, that's pretty neat. That's cool. Well, that's pretty neat. The one in Russia is real. I didn't know that. See, that's why I like doing this every once in a while. I wonder if that Soyuz right there is real. This is the one that's in Washington, D.C. Cool. Command Module 99, 2S1. Skylab Flight Crew Interface Training. Scrapped. Because, alright. Junk. Which one? Which one, PY? I have a feeling you're talking about Soyuz. You're talking about that one. And it's funny because that's exactly what Gennady Padelka said when I asked him about it. Hey, what do you think of Soyuz? Old. Okay. Okay. To be fair, 99 was used as impact. Yeah, impact test. Yeah, it was probably destroyed. CSM-100 2S2, static structural testing. Command module transferred to Smithsonian as an artifact. Service modules on display at the New Mexico Museum of Space History. Transferred to Smithsonian as an artifact. I wonder what that means. Apollo 7, command module was on display at the National Museum of Technology in Ottawa until from 1974 to 2004. Now at the Frontiers of Flight Museum, Dallas, Texas, after being there for 30 years. Wow. Okay, that's a real one. Sweet. We took it back from the Canadians. That's funny. CSM-102 was the Complex 34 checkout vehicle. The command module was scrapped. Service modules at JSC on top of the Little Joe 2 rocket in Rocket Park with boilerplate 22 command module. That's a real service module. This is getting me annoyed. This is getting, dude, I thought these were all like mock-ups and stuff. No, it's real hardware. That's really annoying. I don't like that because half of this stuff is outside. Oh boy. CSM-103 is Apollo 8. That's the one at the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago. Quick side note on that museum, if you've never been to it. There's a U-boat in this museum. A real one. From World War II. Spoiler alert. It's in an underground concrete bunker. They got a U-boat in the basement in Chicago. True story. That's a real one. Yeah. Well, it's better than scrapping the real hardware and all that. Yeah, that's true, Scary. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh, they got the Zephyr in there too? I didn't know that. Oh, I gotta go to that museum. That museum's dope. Okay, Apollo 9, Gumdrop. That's at the San Diego Air and Space Museum. Pretty sweet. That one's flown into space. CSM-105 is acoustic test that's on display at the National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C. as part of the Apollo-Soyuz test project. So that one's real, too. How did they get it in there? A big crane. Done, Bill? Yeah. Nice, Spiffy. There you go. So, CSM-106, that's Apollo 10. That's in London, actually. Cool. So if you're in the UK, you can see an Apollo capsule. One that's been to the moon. Apollo 11, Columbia. That's at the... Yep, that one's on display right at the entrance to the Air and Space Museum. Clipper on 12. That's at the Virginia Air and Space Center in Hampton, Virginia. Wow. F4 up there. Nice. Yeah, that one in London, for the people that seen it, that one's been to the moon. Lunar orbit. I mean, none of these have been to the moon, but... CSM-109 for Apollo 13 is the one that's in Kansas. That's at the Cosmosphere. That's actually a really good museum from what I understand. That's crazy because that's a real one. That's unbelievable. Kitty Hawk from 14 is... That's the one at Kennedy Space Center. Yep, yep. CSM-111 is the ASTP command module. That's at the California Science Center. I've seen that one. Yeah. That's not far from Endeavor. 15 is at the Museum of the Air Force. With a keyhole satellite behind it. And the XB-70. Oh, gotta go there. Apollo 10 was the fastest, Tessa. Yep, yep. Yeah, that's right. 16 is at Huntsville. That's U.S. Space and Rocket Center. 17 is in Houston. 19, CSM-115 was never fully completed. CSM-115A, never fully completed. Service module does not have its surface propulsion system nozzle installed. It's on display as part of the Saturn V display at Johnson Space Center in Houston. Command module restored in 2005 prior to the dedication of the Saturn V Center. So 115, I don't know why there's 115A, but whatever. CSM-16 is for Skylab 2. That's in Pensacola right there. Skylab 3 is at the Great Lakes Science Center in Cleveland. Wow, it's missing. Oh, the hatch is down there. I was going to say there's no hatch. It's down there. Skylab 4 is the command module at the Oklahoma History Center, formerly displayed at the National Air and Space Museum. Cool. And then CSM-119 with Skylab Rescue and ASTP backup. Wow. Cool. Oh, there's a map. It shows where all of them are. Huh. Cool. Should we do service modules? Have you seen all the shuttles on display in person? Yes. I've seen Enterprise, Discovery, Atlantis, and Endeavor, and I've seen parts of Challenger and Columbia at KSC. Yeah, I've seen all 5 of them. Well, some of 2 of them. I haven't seen any of the Burans. Never seen one. He hasn't seen Pathfinder. Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't really think we have a readout of any of this. Yeah, seeing pieces of Challenger in Columbia really pisses me off. I think that's the right way to put it. It really sucks. It really sucks seeing that. Yeah, it really sucks. Yeah, yeah, I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. Oh yeah, Pathfinder. Yeah, Novus. Yeah, let's go see Pathfinder. Yeah, and the MPTA, which is sitting out in a goddamn field next to the Centaur G. And some Saturn V stage adapters. I didn't know those were there. That's annoying. There's a Saturn V stage adapter in there. And a forward skirt. What is with putting all this stuff outside? Stop it. Stop it. Stop doing that. There's an entire Atlas F sitting outside. Stop doing this. This is Saturn 1 right there with its hold down points. They took part of the pad with it. Stop this, Novus. Stop it. Stop. You're doing it wrong. Tracking station parts. Hey. Yeah, well, they're mostly aluminum, so humidity isn't as bad green, but yeah. It's crazy because there's all these Saturn V test articles here. This is clearly forward skirts and interstages here. That's what this stuff is, and those are clearly Skylab parts just sitting there. Those are Skylab. That's an Apollo docking module. You should go in person to tell them. Novus, first of all, I see what you're doing. Second of all, don't think that I wouldn't. I'd be like, you need to put those inside. And they'd be like, well, we can. I'd be like, I don't want to hear excuses. And they'd be like, who are you? I'm like, don't worry about it. I'll go and say that right to their face, dude. I don't care. It's so bad. I'll go and say it right to your freaking face. Why is this outside? What the hell's the matter with you? Stop this. Like, look, there's an Apollo telescope mount just sitting outside. That's an ATM. Part of Skylab. Part of Skylab 2. It's just sitting outside. Yeah, okay. Saturn V intertank or interstage right there. Saturn 1B. There's a Saturn 1B fairing sitting right there. I don't know what that is. We figured out what that was last time. That's a B1A. Front cabin, by the way. A B1A. One of 4. Mother trucker, why is all this outside? Stop it. Stop it. Yeah. Yeah, Bagel, I got your message. I got you, dude. I got you. I'm just being a dick. I understand the reasons. Yeah. Hey, at least we have it. At least we have it. You know? Dude, we gotta... Can we, like, get some fundraisers going or something, man? Like, crowdfund it? Like, a building for all this stuff? Let's just, you know... Just build a nice biggin right here. Just build a nice old biggin right here. Nice biggin. We'll get one of the... Maybe get some Elon tents. Why don't we do that, Bagel? I'm serious. How much is the Elon tent? It can't be that expensive. Certainly not as expensive as a damn building. No, I'm serious. Let's go buy some freaking Connexes, right? Let's do some Elon tents. Put all the stuff in there. Those are climate controlled. He bought Twitter. You're late. Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh yeah, Hokey, I know about that. It's no problem. Here. Yeah. Here, let me Give me 1 second, guys. It's true. I would take anything at this point. Take the slightly burned ones for Starship testing. How long does it take for such a stage rocket part to decay into something unrecognizable? Well, once again, they're made out of aluminum, dude, so they're not going to corrode too bad. Dude, you sand this down, fresh coat of paint, it'll be fine. Aluminum corrodes, so you got to be careful. If it corrodes, then you're screwed. But it's pretty damn corrosion resistant. It does happen, though. But as long as you keep them painted, it should be fine. Bagel, okay. So, I might be heavy hitting the pocketbook right now because house. But, also, why don't we set up an Elon tent and put everything in there? It can't be that expensive. It's certainly not as expensive as a permanent building, right? How much one of those things cost? We could fundraise that. Dude, we could fundraise that all day. Abso-freaking-lutely. What if we start, Bagel, what if we started a nonprofit that is literally fundraising structures for museums to put hardware in? Because, you know, I've noticed this with museums. Most of the time the museum doesn't have the money or something. They don't have the money to put it outside, or they don't have the money to build a building, etc., etc. What if we started a nonprofit doing that? We'd literally just go around the horn, just go around to museums around the country. We will straight up crowdfund a freaking building, like an Elon tent or something. ElonTents.com. Sprung. It's funny, their clients literally say like Blue Origin, NASA, SpaceX. How much for one of these things? Seriously, how much one of those things cost? Because, dude, we could do this. We could do this. We could Elon tent this and all this stuff, dude. Curse? What's that, T-Man? Nope. Yep, nope. Want to spark cranberry? Uh-huh. Bagel, like, that's, like, actually a thing that we could do. That's actually a thing. Get all this hardware inside. The Titan 2 that's sitting right there. So, see that Titan stage right there? See the Titan stage that's sitting there with no engines? Flight hardware. Flight hardware. Now you want me to really blow your mind? Flown flight hardware. That Titan 2 was fished out of the ocean. True story. See? A bagel? Yeah, no, I'm serious. Let's get the ball rolling there. I'm serious. Let's, dude. You think we could do it? I think we could get that done. It can't, dude. It can't be that expensive. How much we have to fundraise? 50 G's? Those tents can't be that expensive. You love Titan? Titan's a good rocket, man. Great rocket. Considering they started building Titans as ICBMs in like the late 50s, and Titan rockets in various forms flew until 2003. I think they did okay. It's a pretty damn good system for what it is. But yeah, Bagel, let's do it. I'm serious. Let's do it. Are they hurricane proof? They're in Boca Chica. Why wouldn't they be? And they're down the Cape where Blue Origin is. I'm pretty sure they're hurricane proof. I think those tents are probably ludicrously expensive. Yeah, but they're not as expensive. They can't be as expensive as They can't be as expensive as building a permanent structure, you know? You should call whatever center you want to do it so they can get their ducks in a row. Might as well make it an exhibit for viewing. Last, please, not to be that guy just thinking ahead. If you're thinking about the cost of maintaining the tent and climate costs, it's not as well. That's not Spiffy. That's not as much as purchasing the damn building. I'm pretty sure they would have the funds to do it. Yes, I know people at the Space and Rocket Center. That's why I was very candid. Like, oh, it's got to be inside. Like, I know people that work there. Well, the whole rocket park with all the early launch vehicles definitely needs an inside home. Dude, all this stuff needs to go inside. That Deuce. Oh, the Deuce is just sitting out there. That thing is so cool. Actually, that's a 5-ton. That's not even a Deuce. It's better. We got Saturn fairings here. Look at all these helicopter parts. Chinook parts right there. Tugs. Those are the tour buses. The Apollo telescope mount. The recovered Titan stage. Yeah, this all needs to go inside. There's a whole Titan 2 just sitting there. Recruit DOS, Tim, and NSF for fundraising. Yep. Yeah, Skylab parts. I mean, Bagel, like, well, we have enough parts here to do a full Skylab mock-up. There's enough parts here to almost build another Saturn 1B. Look at, I mean, dude, there's almost enough parts here to build another damn Saturn 5. Yeah, look, you got your forward skirt, interstage adapters, those are S4B parts, so that looks like instrumentation, Skylab stuff. Ship 20 is on display. Oh, word, they moved it into position. Cool. We have a Skylab mock-up. That one is actually a flight stage. That's S4B211. Oh, dude, we can do this. We can get this done. I'm pretty damn sure. And then I never noticed it, but there's straight up a vehicle stage adapter just sitting over here. Either that or it's a building that's supposed to look like it. It's probably a building. Bagel, you tell me. But see, the Centaur G is just sitting outside. Not cool. And then there's the MPTA right there. That's an aft engine section from a shuttle. That is a space camp building. Ew. That's a trash compactor, by the way. Yeah, thought I'd let you know. Yeah, man. We could do this. Whoa. Yo, you guys have an MLRS? Oh, I didn't. They have an MLRS right there. Or... Yep, this is broken. We broke it. That's cool. That's a multiple launch rocket system. It's basically a tank with a gigantic missile launcher on the back. They're pretty cool. Call them Steel Rain. Pretty sick. Wait, you have a real F1 and shuttle engine sitting outside? Is this a museum or a freaking horror house? Oh, the redstone. Why are they outside? Money, guys. Money is the reason. But also... Dude, we could... You think... Honestly, fellas, you think we could crowdfund this? I think we could crowdfund this. Get enough people on board. Get NSF on board. We could crowdfund this. Just put an Elon tent up. It doesn't... Like, Bagel, it doesn't matter. Just put the damn tent over here and put everything inside of it. So at least you got to preserve for later. Like, that's the whole idea. The preservation. Oh, that's a shame, Gaw. That's a shame. But hey, no, we could do it. Where is this? This is the Space and Rocket Center. It's a freaking sweet museum, from what I can tell. Here, let's go in and look right here. I want to see something. Yeah, Saturn V parts. Okay. All right. All right. We got to Elon tent it up, dude. It's important. You know why it's important? You know why this is important? Because there's literally Apollo hardware sitting outside doing nothing right now. There's still some of it left. Except for that one. That was the first Saturn 1 stage ever made, and they scrapped it about a month ago. And they're going to scrap its test stand too, from what I understand. So... Yeah, so yeah, we can do it. We can find this stuff. It's around. Why? Oh, I don't know. The tweet was deleted. Yeah, they deleted the tweet. Very annoying. Is that an SR-71 or an A-12 out front? I don't know. It's an A-12 Bagel. Yeah. Centaur G. Centaur G. No. I mean, photogrammetry is cool, but there's also... Is there not pictures there? Can we not do that? Like, there we go. Let me look around. Let me snoop around. Go ahead. Snoop around. I know that that's getting restored. So if you see this, that's an actual shuttle structural testing article. That was used during the shuttle program, but it's not a real shuttle. And the SRBs in the external tank are real, by the way. They're ASRBs. They were a concept for the shuttle program, advanced solid rocket motors. And that external tank is MPT-AET 98. Yeah. Or just MPT-AET is the right way to say it. So that's a real external tank. Yeah, Bandit, maybe. Yeah. Looks like the Centaur G is new construction. Dude, we gotta do this. Bagel, we gotta do this, man. We gotta talk to... That's, yeah, I like that picture. Nuclear. What's the difference between how these are stored and maintained versus how the ones at KSC are maintained? KSC probably has a lot bigger revenue stream because Florida nuclear. From what I understand, guys, like, I don't mean to dump on the Space and Rocket Center. I laid it on a little thick, fellas, to be honest. So, Space and Rocket Center doesn't have a lot of cash. They don't have the overhead. They don't have the overhead to put all this stuff inside. Because, like, okay, let's be real for a second. It's not like the people here are just like, meh, it's outside, whatever, frick it. They know. I know that they know. Clickety-clack. See, this is me getting the ball rolling right now. Yeah, it's getting the ball rolling more or less. Yeah, we gotta go in here. We gotta do stuff. We should do stuff in here. They almost went under in 2020. Understandable. Okay. All right. We'll roll the ball. We'll see what happens. We got to stop this stuff from getting scrapped, and we got to stop it from being outside. That's not okay. Dude, there's enough hardware here to build another Skylab, a full Skylab replica with like the solar panels and everything. We could do that, and that's a real S4B. That's a real upper stage. This thing right here. I can't believe that. Dude, I thought it was just a mock-up. That's real. That's nuts, dude. Oh, Bandit, don't worry about that. I may or may not have run into somebody through DMs here that actually works there that watches the stream, so yeah, we'll get that ball rolling. That's who I've been talking to. Shoot some message around. So don't worry. Yeah, we'll get this figured out. Don't worry, old Papa EJ's gonna get in there and fix it. Or at least I'm gonna try. If I fail, whatever. I mean, well, not whatever. It really sucks, but. So how's the big new shed? Yeah. But see, like, the thing, you guys know what I'm thinking? Like, that also, it's not just like the U.S. Space and Rocket Center. There are museums all over the place that have planes outside that they can't put inside. It's not just the Space and Rocket Center. This stuff is literally everywhere. So this is actually happening. Well, happenings start with inquiries. So let's inquire a little bit. That's what I've been doing. Seriously, person who I've been talking to. Let's inquire about it. I'm dead serious. I mean, I don't. I don't have any money. I'm actually in the poorhouse right now. But start a nonprofit or a GoFundMe or something and get the right people involved. We could get the entirety of Pathfinder in a freaking hangar if we talk to the right people with the right outreach. Yeah, Pima can get away with it, Bandit, because storing it outside is probably better than storing it inside. You know what I'm saying? Okay, Bagel. Yeah, alright. Let's see what we got. We'll see what we got. So if you're broke, your house went through. The offer was accepted, but we haven't closed yet. But the offer was accepted. Acquiring minds need to know, and money secondary at this point. Passion is more important. Bingo. Preservation of flight hardware, any aerospace stuff. Space stuff especially, but that's really important. Really important. I'm going to JSC for the first time next month. Any must-see stuff? Well, the Saturn V, dude. How long until you close? Should be a couple of weeks to get it right. I got to talk to a lawyer and stuff, just to make sure that all the paperwork is good to go. I do really like that building looks like a gigantic spaceship. Just on a side note, that building straight up looks like a spaceship. That's pretty cool. I do like that. What I don't like is the Centaur G sitting outside. That's the only Centaur G that was ever made. Why is it bothering me? So, that's a real flight Centaur G. Centaur G was a Centaur stage that was modified. The G variant was modified with a payload dispenser to fit in that thing. Shuttle with the Centaur in the payload bay with payload. Turn that one in your brain for a second. And think about this. Shuttle with a Centaur. You could shoot payload out to the moon. Centaur could turn around, come back. If you can mitigate boil off, and don't get me wrong, the Centaur G can't do that, but RL-10s can be restarted. So you get it to shoot out TLI, free return trajectory, come back. Retro burn around Earth, not re-enter. Retro burn, shuttle can go and pick it up, bring it back. They were planning on doing that. That was part of the shuttle program. Yeah, that was part of the shuttle program that never happened, but my realtor said by the end of this month, Scrivy, to be honest. So, shouldn't be too long. But yeah, fun cosmology fact. In 1978, amateur astrophysicists Frederick Mercury and Brian May posited that the planet's axial rotation was due to sizably posterior members of the female population. In 40 years, this theory has yet to be disproven or even refuted by the scientific community at large. That's Dr. Brian May, by the way. Yeah. Wouldn't that severely limit mass to TLI? So what, Stealthy? So what? So yeah, of course it'll limit mass to TLI. So what do? Expend the stage? You could do that if you really wanted to. How about, oh, I don't know, attaching another stage to it with your launch vehicle that's designed to construct things in space? Adding a service module that could circularize it around the moon, maybe? Maybe add a capsule to it? Or something? You see what I'm saying? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's gonna screw your TLI, but the idea is that the shuttle can do a lot of trips. The shuttle's launching once a week, which is what they were aiming for. If the shuttle's launching once a week, so what? Who cares if the Centaur can only move 5 tons TLI? the shuttle can assemble things and put them on the stage. So great, you expend one every once in a while, but most of them you get back. Satellite out to Geo. Have a satellite that where you have one half of the satellite, you have the propulsion system, right? Or no, you have the satellite able to dock, right? So you send up the satellite in pieces. Centaur can move it out, bring the Centaur stage back, shuttle docks with the Centaur, Centaur comes back down. Don't get me wrong, it would have been, if that actually had gone through, it would have been a while before we did something like that. We'd probably just be getting into that like now, not expending the Centaur stages, but the shuttle could do it. It was built with the capability of receiving a Centaur stage on orbit. Think about that for a second. That was pretty freaking cool. Oh, and then we were going to make nuclear-powered Centaurs, by the way, after that. Yeah, just in case you really wanted to be pissed off. Yeah. The New Mexico USA, the NMUSAF had the same issues. They built a massive hangar about 10 years ago. Fly more rockets to get more stuff in space is how you get around the TLI. Bingo! Shuttle was supposed to launch twice a month. Doesn't matter. You can move small payloads out. Just move small payloads all at once, like over time. Shuttle could... The shuttle could literally build Gateway, fellas, with a Centaur attached to it and send it out there in a month. If they had kept pursuing R&D on the shuttle. But Challenger happened, so they decided to make it safer, not more reliable. That is a huge blanket statement. I wholly know that the engineering is a little more complicated than that. And it's also more complicated when you're dealing with human lives. I get it. But also... Anywhere else we can go look at space junk? It's on the ground. I'm not sure if there's anywhere else in the world that you can do it other than here. Doesn't reliability increase safety? Yeah. Depends on your risk assessment. Any space junk in Germany? Yeah, there's one in the Technik Museum Spire. It has 4 jet engines attached to it. Boom! Roasted! Yeah. There's the pedestal for Slick 37. 37A. See that? You see the stand for the pedestal. That's the stand for the FSS. We still have the museum in Peenemünde. There's a museum there, Alucard? I didn't know that. Huh. Oh. I know what this, you know, crowdfund putting a structure up to put stuff in. I know where this, where we could do this with. Right here. See anything you like, chat? Well, the reality is that safety and reliability are two different things. For some system, making them safer means making them significantly less reliable. Durango, that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make. When you're... In my mind, it's called like defensive engineering. I think that them trying to make the attempts to make the shuttle safer actually made it more dangerous. Personal theory. Could be wrong. Probably am. So that is the Delta 4 test article. There's a real RS-68 in there. I know because I've stood right where my mouse cursor is. That's a real RS-68, and that is a real Delta 4 booster. Also, Alco switcher locomotive. That should just be in a museum. Actually, that should be doing work because that's what it was designed to do, but that's another story. And then over here, you have a Titan 1, full Titan 1. That's inside, though, from what I understand. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff sitting in this museum. What is this? How? How what, Sparks? LC5. LC5, first American launched into space, right there. Alan Shepard. It's very specific with the details on whatever you're doing. Mercury. Mercury Redstone, man. Yep. LC5 was where Shep, Gus Grissom, they all launched from right there. And then they switched to Mercury Atlas. Mercury Atlas is up here at Complex 14. Godspeed, John Glenn. Right there. First American to hit orbit. Right there, that pad. Dude, this thing should be... I understand money. I get it. Like, money is the reason. And why? Why would you do this? Like, how cool would it be to, like, raise enough cash to build, like, build it back to spec?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Build it back to spec and then take the Mercury Atlas that's over here, take that thing and put it on the freaking pad. How cool would that actually be? Take that thing, put it on the pad in how it would have looked. How cool would that actually be? Frick that, use the pad. I like that idea even better. Bristol, 49 months. Thanks, man. I watched John Glenn's Return to Orbit live. Yeah, I watched that live too. They took us into the auditorium at school. Yeah, I remember that. I know there's a bit of space junk in this facility right here. Yeah, it ain't there no more though. This is a really old picture. So when this picture was taken, this was like 2014 when this picture was taken, all the shuttle and SRB bracketry was sitting out here. That's what all that stuff is. Those are the jack stands for the shuttle inside of the OPF. This is all shuttle paraphernalia here. SRB transport stands, aft skirts. Yeah, that's all shuttle stuff. And you watch John Glenn's Return from Orbit live on STS-98 or STS-95 in 1998, Badger. Yeah, he flew on the shuttle. We watched the launch. I didn't watch the return. What's really going to piss you guys off is when I tell you that the towers for the launch umbilical towers were stored in a building down here. Or were stored in a field out here. Yeah, see this field? Let's go back a little ways. Oh, look. LUTs. Launch umbilical tower segments. Those are the red structure that's next to Saturn V. That was, on the mobile launcher. Apollo program. Yeah, that's what those are. Guess what they did with those? Yeah. They grew into solar panels? Yeah, how'd you know? They threw them in the harbor? Yeah. They scrapped them. I don't understand what, like, we can't sit here and just say that we're holier than thou, right? Like, that's not how this stuff works. We know that. Like, we know that. But my question is why does this stuff get scrapped? And I know what the answer. Everybody's typing money, right? Money into the answer. Like, we don't have enough money to put that in a museum. Really? You don't have enough money to build a building and put it in a museum? Nothing? Really? Yeah, I know, passing, right? Yeah, Doddle, I hear you. Ah! What's that, Thomas? Do I want to know? Oh! What did I just get through saying? Oh. They treat old space hardware like we would treat an old VCR. I can't, it's not okay. You want to look up the last of the limbs here too? I kind of don't now. Let's see where all the lunar modules ended up. This is fun. I enjoy this. Just on a quick side note, I like that switch right there. See this one? This guy. Let's go a little ways this way. This one. I like that switch. Yeah, see that? Flip that switch down. Yeah. Did SpaceX get taken over by the French? Yeah. That's a good looking switch. Yep. Ecom. Try SCE to auxiliary. SCE to aux. What the hell is that? Hey, choosing a mission mode. Nice. Lem. Let's go over here. Apollo program. Apollo lunar module. All right, let's see. It's not like you have that switch on your desk. SCE to aux. What the hell is that? Yeah, I'm quite fond of that button. All right, let's see. Lunar modules produced. LTA-1 unflown. That's at the Cradle of Aviation Museum. Oh, that's cool. Look at that thing. LTA-2R was used on Apollo 6 and it re-entered Earth's atmosphere. All right. LTA-3A unflown. That's at the Cosmosphere. Oh, but that looks like it's only the ascent module. $3DR unflown. That's at the Franklin Institute. That's sitting outside. Okay, where's the Franklin Institute? In Philly. It's outside, and it's real. Okay. LT5D unflown. It's at White Sands. It's at White Sands from an article in 2018. This is also sitting outside over here. What is that, Alucard? This is Pinamundi. Oh, you have an aggregate outside. Cool. Cool. I made a mistake. I went to eBay to look for Apollo parts. White Sands doesn't have a picture. Yeah, it's too much sand. LTA-8. Lunar Module Test Article number 8. Thermal Vacuum Test. Ground test in 68. That's the one that's in Houston. That is real. Cool. 10R is Apollo 4. That's gone. MSC-16. The ascent module is non-flight ascent stage, so the DM is real. TM5, non-flight. That's at the Museum of Life and Science in Durham. That's real. Okay. PA-1, unflown at White Sands Test Facility. LM-1 on Apollo 5. That re-entered. LM-2, intended for the second uncrewed flight, used instead for ground testing. Landing gear added for drop testing. Lacks alignment, optical telescope, and flight computer. That's real, but it's missing some parts. 9, 10, 11... Actually, 10, Snoopy is still around. That's still around right there. Descent stage may have hit the moon. The ascent stage is in heliocentric orbit. Snoopy is the only flown lunar module ascent stage known to have survived intact. Yeah. The ascent module's a real Apollo ascent module's floating around by the floating out by the sun somewhere. I want us to go and find Snoopy. Yeah. There's Tranquility. To see a Tranquility base here. He didn't say it like that, but okay. So 11's gone, 12's gone, 13's gone, 14's gone. LM9, not flown, intended as Apollo 15. That's the one that KSC. That is a real one. Freaking sweet. 10. That's Apollo 15. 11 is 16, 12 is 17, 13. Partially completed by Grumman, restored and on display at the Cradle of Aviation Museum. That is a real flight lander. Also used during the 1998 miniseries From the Earth to the Moon. LM-14, not flown, intended as Apollo 20, incomplete, most likely. LM-15, not flown, intended for modification into the Apollo telescope mount, incomplete and... Alright, I'm digging a little bit. We're going to link 32. I don't care. I get this off the screen. In a recent independent accounting, the Apollo program should just NASA spent $2.2 for building a lunar module design. Here we go. Reliable information about LM-14 and 15, the last two space-worthy modules NASA orders, is hard to find. Where official information does exist, it's vague or conflicting. On the website of the Smithsonian, for example, which manages most of NASA's artifacts, LM-15 is marked as scrapped, suggesting its aerospace-grade aluminum was cut up and sold or reused. The same page makes the distinction from this, describing LM-14 as not used, mission cancel. Meanwhile, a NASA document titled Apollo Skylab ASTP and Shuttle Orbiter Major End Items, a complete version of what Business Insider obtained from the University of Houston Clear Lakes Archives, has a different description. Originally published in March 1978, the document describes itself in part as a thumbnail historical reference for NASA's most prized hardware. It lists LM-14 and 15 as both deleted from the Apollo program, yet offers nothing else. A historian at NASA told Business Insider he was not sure about the disposition of LM-14. A spokesperson for the Smithsonian said, all that's known about 14 is that it was canceled and a stop work order was issued in January of 1970. Josh Stoff, a curator at the Cradle of Aviation Museum, said he thought part of LM-14 was incorporated into a model that sits in the backyard of the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia. However, Derek Pitts of the Franklin Institute says no part of LM-14 is in the Science Museum's artifact. It was made clear to us that what we were receiving was nothing more than a fabrication. Pitts told Business Insider, adding that he spoke with Grumman engineers as they rolled the model off a flatbed truck in 1976. It's not made of any type of flight-grade material. Okay. Yeah, someone's got it in their garage. Honestly. We're not doing much space news, RJ. We're doing some homework. Call it homework. Several experts told us that it's no surprise that clear and unambiguous documentation of 14 or 15 doesn't exist, mainly because Grumman didn't finish the spacecraft. As a result, neither NASA nor the Smithsonian ever took possession of the vehicles and carefully logged their whereabouts. We just don't have any documentary records to speak of. Still, space historians are relatively certain what happened to the missing lunar module, even if they can't definitively prove it with documents. NASA's moonlanders were probably Frankensteined into F-14s? My understanding is that, well, Grumman made the F-14, that's right. My understanding is that LM-14 was only partially assembled when the Apollo program ended, and ultimately its parts were scrapped. Newfield agreed with this, adding he's certain that the spacecraft were never completed and their construction was halted at a very early stage. LM-15 hardly existed. It hardly had any components built up. There's little doubt that 14 went away and was junked. Field, who helped restore the space-grade lunar module still on Earth, wholeheartedly concurred with these assessments. I would almost bet the life of my son. I bet a lot of money. I bet my house that they just scrapped it. That's just what they did. Nobody felt any wonderful, warm feelings about it. The workers were losing the jobs. They were done with the program. Interesting point. To back this up, Field sent Business Insider a Grumman flight history chart that he noted is extremely accurate based on research that corroborates many dates. According to the chart, Field believed LM-14 was perhaps 1 to 5% complete before workers started cutting it up for scrap. Oh, that's nothing. That's like a bunch of panels, dudes. What's more, he says, is that around the time NASA canceled work on Apollo, Grumman was building brand new fighter jets for the U.S. military, the Tomcat. And so it probably worked lunar module metal into those aircraft. Interesting. This is a good article. Nice. Still, Field couldn't promise that some element of a 14 isn't out there somewhere in its original form. I can guarantee that some guy didn't just drive it off the lot and it's now sitting in his basement or up in the attic. I can't guarantee that some guy didn't just drive it off the lot and it's now sitting in his basement or up in the attic that his grandkids have no idea what the heck it is. Who knows? Passing, I think you're right. I think somebody sniped it. Somebody sniped LM-14. It's literally in somebody's basement. Yeah, I'll bet you. Because there's no way long lead items wouldn't have been procured for it. Like the ascent engine, the LMDE, the control panels, the computers. The workers, I bet you the workers took it. Last puss. Maybe he has it, yeah. Oh, I got to do something cool you might try to do next time you do a Wallops run. Okay. Oh, Army Transportation Museum. Nice. There's a reason EJ is getting a big garage. The LM would fit, Novus. LM would fit. It would fit in that garage. Gotta close on that thing, man. Gotta close on it. We gotta close on it. We gotta close on it. We have to close on it. We have to. I thought that would be up your alley, and you know how the military loves good publicity. Total fabrication. No, we made it up. Never happened. It never happened. Never happened. This one was confirmed by a writer. Like, see, all these buttons and knobs, dude. There has to have been parts. There had to have been parts fabricated. There's no way. There's no way they would finish a lunar lander and then start work on the next one. You'd have overlapping items. Like the hatch. I'll bet you that hatch is sitting in some Grumman reps, retired Grumman CEO's, like, house. It's probably... I think you guys are right. There's no freaking way. Like, the nav ball, the fuel gauges, there's no freaking way. There's no way. Are you interested in the new Top Gun? Yeah, of course. There's no way. Also, yeah, you want to know how they slept in that thing? There's not freaking hammocks. There's not enough room to put a bed or anything in. You just use a hammock. Whatever happened to Canada's V2? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, probably, John. Yeah. Talked to a guy that sat in one of those hammocks on the moon. Just saying. Not flexing. Only a little bit. You know what's nuts to me? This is the cradle of aviation lander. You know what's crazy? Okay, this one doesn't have its skin on it, obviously. The LEM was literally a pressure vessel with fuel tanks glued to the side. That's it. And the engine sticking out the bottom. That's all. With that being said, that piece of equipment right here, it's 50 years old. The design, well, actually the design goes back to the early 60s, so it's 60 years old, almost. The crazy thing about this is that looks like a modern spacecraft. That is what the inside of modern spacecraft looked like. They look like that. That's what's nuts to me. Do you know the story behind it? You would like. Canada's V2? No, I don't. See how the wire harness is set up and how all the lines are set up? That looks exactly like how a spacecraft looks like nowadays. The architecture hasn't changed much. Either that or this thing was just way ahead of its time. I'm going to go ahead and say that this is way ahead of its time. Dude, it's got an LMDE in it. Oh my goodness. The LMD is in there. Pintle injector and all. Yeah, that's pretty cool. But other materials, right? No. No, not really. The LEM is made out of aluminum. Aircraft grade aluminum. Shuttle is made out of the same stuff. Orion's made out of the same stuff. Starliner's made out of the same stuff. Dragon is made out of the same stuff. Soyuz, same thing. Only the Russian equivalent of whatever our aircraft grade aluminum is. I think it's 7000 series or something. Rolled off of the train with conning tower on it and shipped to Canada as a midget sub. Jeez. That's crazy. Huh. Okay, when MSC? Oh, it's 10 o'clock. Oops. MSC got away from me, fellas. Nah, I wanted to read about Apollo. I'm not going to lie to you. It's 9:59. Wait 45 seconds. Yeah, John, you're probably right. Nah. Yeah. Crap. That time got away from me there. But I'm not gonna not read about space, guys. I'm sorry. Like, we do that with ships. Part of 65 was melted for 80. Yeah, I got you. It's recyclable. Steel is very recyclable, dude. Yeah. Oh, what the heck is this? Hold on. Stand underneath engine. Want to get supersonic retropropulsion in the face? No! Oh, yep, nope, that hurts. Yep, yep, that hurts. That will kill you. Did they retweet that? Who did this? Which one of you guys did this? Wasn't me. Oh boy. Stealthy's like, it was me. Okay. Yeah, fellas. All right. So when can we slot Summer Car in? So tomorrow I want to play Kerbal. Or no, tomorrow we have Flight Sim. Flight Sim and so tomorrow we have Flight Simulator, Space News, and then Racing. We got Indy this week. Well, that's going to be fun. And then on Saturday, I got a home inspection, so there's no early hours on Saturday. And then I'm going to come back and start up Space News. And then I said we would play more Kerbal on Saturday in the mid-hour slot. And then GTA. Yeah. There's a Vandenberg launch tomorrow. That's right. The Farley Moat V2. You will hate the ending. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right, Kelly. There's no GTA. So... Yeah, we're not doing GTA. Too many hackers. We had 4 hackers in last week, so I pulled the plug until they patched the game. Cajun, our offer got accepted, but that doesn't mean we're out of the woods. We have to close. Once we close, it's officially ours. Why would the hackers patch the game? I don't know. I may have misspoke. Sorry. There's too many hackers. I have to wait until Rockstar patches the game so there's less hackers. Yeah. I shelved GTA for the time being, which kind of sucks, but... They keep coming in and they keep wrecking things, so we need to find another solution, or... I don't know. We'll figure something out. So, you know what we can do? We could do MSC on Saturday night. Architecture planning instead of GTA? Well, we're going to do Kerbal for mid-hours. How's MSC? But we're going to play it on Saturday. We went on a dive into Apollo hardware, dude, and I ended up doing some things here. Let's build a Kerbal multiplayer station. When railroads? Probably next Tuesday. You picking up the PMDG 737? Yeah, I might. As much as I like MSC, I'm digging having KSP back. Dead Crew, we're going to start putting more Kerbal into the schedule. Yeah, we're going to start doing that. I want to play KSP. Yeah. I want to get that MLV finished. And you know what? Just on a side note, I want to try just as a side challenge, I want to fix all the past designs. How cool would that be? Why not Flight Simulator? What? We're going to play Flight Sim literally tomorrow, Soapbox. Tomorrow for early hours. Tomorrow at noon. 7 Days to Die is right up your alley. I got enough games. Homie. Your Kerbal content may as well be cracked, seriously. Thanks, Donald. I appreciate it, man. Did I just hear Collins' update? Kurlani, I kind of want the... So, you know what I've been doing? And I did this kind of yesterday. I did it the day before. Just go in and do some fun projects in KSP to kind of get reacquainted. I'm 6 months out of the hole here. So messing with shuttle integration might be a good way to dust off some cobwebs just for fun, like not in mission mode. I just want to just to see if it can be done. I don't want to do it for my mission mode architecture, but I don't have to do everything. Every time I play Kerbal, doesn't have to be all the time for mission mode. You can play multiple saves. It's fine. I know you have enough games, but this is like Tarkov in space. I know about Marauders Predominant, and it looks really fun. Yeah. Fixing all your own design would be a fun last hurrah and prep for KSP2. Yep. Saturn V would have been a reusable first stage by now, just saying. I don't know what that means, Hellfish, but yeah, I mean, I get it, but okay. Starlink launch Friday, Saturday, and Wednesday, and then Starliner Thursday. Oh, next week's going to be sweet. What's the probability of violation for tomorrow's Starlink? It's low, John. Yeah. So... yeah, tomorrow I think we'll screw around with Flight Simulator. Flight Simulator, Space News, rocket launch, then racing. Saturday, once again, we have the building inspector coming to the house, and this is part of doing closing stuff. The building inspector is going to the house, so there's no Kerbal early hours. So I'm going to start at 4 on Saturday. We'll do Space News, and then I don't know, maybe I'll slot in some Minecraft or something. I don't know. It really depends on when I get home. Starlink launches at 4:38 p.m. on Saturday. Well, Kev, looks like we're starting with the Starlink launch, huh? Do you have a flight plan we can see? I don't know, Benno. What I was doing is flying around the country. I have no idea where I left off. I don't know where my CJ4 is. Not that that matters, but we'll figure something out. Get the GTA crew into Circuit Superstars race Saturday. Okay. Well, if we don't play MSC over the weekend, we'll play it next Wednesday. I'll slot it in for Wednesday. $737-700 business jet is better than the CJ4. Well, I have the 737 parts, guys. But yeah, I'm gonna pack it in now because the next couple of days are gonna get a little crazy for me. Sorry I didn't play MSC tonight. I said I was gonna play it yesterday, but house stuff has been really screwing up my schedule. So stuff might get pushed around a little bit, dudes, and I apologize. I will make it up to you when I score this garage. Okay? I will make it up to you. You have my word. I'm good at that. I'll do it eventually. It just takes me some time. We left off in New Orleans, around Michoud. Yeah. Remember to update Flight Simulator. That's pretty much what I'm going to do right now. So, here's what I think we'll mess with. Let's see who's streaming. I'll hold you to that. Fair. Joey, that's fair. And I know you will. Go ahead, do it. I'm doing this for a long time, man. I know the stakes. You could say that you know the rules. And so do I. Because we're no strangers to streaming. You wouldn't get this from any other stream. Grab Shark's playing Tarkov. Let's go see what he's up to.